I know what you've been wondering because I get asked all the time, so let me dispel the rumors once and for all. Despite the uncanny resemblance, I bear absolutely no family relation to Adam Levine or Denzel. This and countless similarly shocking revelations will assuredly astonish you over the next couple of hours, so hit the like and subscribe, because the one thing everybody knows about viewers' discretion is that it is certainly advised. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Viewers Discretion. I'm your host, Joe Neerman, aka Good Lawgic. I know some people use my voice in the store and this show to deal with whatever insomnia they have. I understand that. I got it. They use my voice and they say, okay, it's a nice, soft, relaxing voice. Every once in a while, there's an annoying horn which goes off, but by and large, it's just a chilled, calm, soothing presence, which is speaking at a nice, comfortable pace. Occasionally, there's a rant, but basically, it's nice to just doze off. It's comforting, like an old blanket. That's my voice. My voice is like an old blanket. I got it. That's okay. And if that's how you take this show, tonight's probably gonna be pretty easy for you because I am going to tax your brain. I'm going to tax your brain into exhaustion. That's going to happen. But in keeping with that tradition, for those of you who use my show as a basis to help you just sort of snuggle under the covers and doze off to sleep, tonight's show is actually going to start with a story. See, my objective here is I want to share with you all some of the terrible, fatal flaws with this case that I'm fairly certain you have not heard anywhere else, no matter what show you've been watching for legal analysis or anything of that nature. It is unlikely that anyone is going to go into the detail that I'm about to go into in breaking down the completely illogical, fatal flaws that are embedded within the 34 convictions that were levied upon Donald Trump last week. So, but it takes some concentration. So if you doze off and you want to review tomorrow, I certainly won't hold it against you. Sure that there are probably gonna be even a handful of attorneys out there. May get a little bit lost in the weeds as I'm trying to walk you through this because it's somewhat complex. But I'm going to do everything I can to try and simplify that which is complex. In order to understand this, we sort of need to understand where did Joe get started on this whole thing here. And I really do have to thank Pisco for calling to my attention in a tweet, which somehow I got tagged in this tweet, whereby he clipped a segment from a prior decision that was issued in the Trump case, supporting the idea that it's completely legal and in accordance with New York law to use an array of potential illegalities to support another crime. And to a degree, that's true. It's very misleading in this context, as we're going to see soon. But to a degree, it's true. And really, what we need to focus on is why that's true in other cases and how the judge in this case incorporated it in ways which make absolutely no sense whatsoever and are thoroughly inconsistent with New York law. Accordingly, we should look at the clip. We'll look specifically at this subject quotation, which I was tagged in, and where this got me started on reading some case law. I said, you know what, let's read this case. And it's a very long case. We are not going to go through the entire case. The case is like 100 pages long or something. But we are going to go through the fact pattern. First, before we get to that, we need to know what case we're talking about over here. So let's get things started. Let's get it started. Okay. It starts here. So there was discussion back and forth here between Rob Noer, who's an attorney who leans more right, versus Piscoletti, who's been on this show before, certainly leans more left. And he said, and Rob raises an interesting point, which I'm not even really going to get into, to be fair with you. I'm not going to get into this. He says he's in a debate with Pisco, and he seems to think that defendants charged a crime that requires an underlying crime. It may not be a violation of due process to not specify the underlying crime. And he brings up in his debate here, because this was a big thing that a lot of people on the Reddit were talking about. How can you defend a crime when you don't even, they're not even going to tell you what the crime is? Doesn't seem to make any sense. And while it's and Rob goes off to basically make a claim here that what makes it particularly damaging to any defendant in this format is that the defense was able to go last in their oral argument, and then after you finished making any of your cases and explain your position on behalf of the defense, and you're done talking to the jury, all of a sudden they just start going through new bases as to why it is that your client did something wrong, and you not any chance to even respond to it. It seems like it's a violation of due process. Now, as it happens, to be fair, I actually disagree with Rob on this, and the reason I disagree with him with respect to that particular argument, in case he's watching now, which there is a good chance he is watching, or Pisco, there's a good chance he's watching. The reason I disagree with Rob about that is because the jury charges were well haggled out between defense counsel and prosecution prior to anyone submitting any sort of closing arguments. The jury charges detail exactly what the nature of unlawful conduct Trump may allegedly have committed. That's what they're supposed to be incorporating. That set the rules of the game as to whether you find for conviction or acquittal. So and those jury charges were haggled out and known to the defense before they gave their closing arguments. So I disagree with Rob's implication. I'm not sure if he's implying it, but his argument would be stronger if the jury charges came out after the defense had an opportunity to present closing argument. That's just not reality. Reality is they knew exactly what the jury charges were, and the jury charges are very detailed in spelling out what types of unlawful conduct may be conducted by Trump and or Michael Cohen, et cetera, et cetera. So to the extent that Rob raised that point in trying to argue with Pisco, I'm going to respectfully disagree with him. Just talking as far as assessing this fairly. That being said, I still think that the jury charges were fatally flawed, as I'm going to walk you through now. I do want to welcome Barry Ashby as a new member of the following, which is not at all a cult type of cult. So, what Pisco threw up here was an interesting little clip, which is from a decision when the defense moved to have this case dismissed. And one of the issues they had was, you're not even telling us what was the unlawful activity here. And what the judge did, or the court did, was they cited, I'm going to be frank with you, I'm not even sure if this was at the appellate level, meaning the first department level, or by Judge Merchan himself. It really doesn't matter. Because this is not the issue I have. This ruling is not the part I have very large issue with. Slight issue with, but not significant, not a material issue with. You look at the first sentence here. It says, as discussed in section 2 supra, meaning up above, there is a consensus that there is no requirement that the prosecution allege or establish what particular crime was intended to be committed, and they cite People v. Mahboubian. See that over here? People v. Mahboubian, right over here. And they say, so what is the point of the court bringing down this People v. Mahboubian? The purpose in bringing People v. Mahboubian is to establish that just like in People v. Mahboubian, which does not deal with the penal code, does not deal with the New York Penal Code 175.10. It deals with a different section of the New York Penal Code. Specifically, it's a type of burglary, which in New York Penal Code is 140.20. But he tries to track the language. The court tries to track the language and says this similarly open-ended language in 140.20 is sufficiently similar to the language in 175.10 that we can sort of draw an analogy as to what is permitted under 140.20 and apply it here in 175.10. Now, which is the way courts tend to approach things. That's not novel. I'm not sure. I still have problems with this, particularly in the way it's employed, as we're going to see by Judge Merchan by the time this comes through to trial, because this was written months ago, if not a year ago. And now, when we look at how this was actually employed at trial, that's where we really have a problem with there being serious, grave, fatal judicial error. So I'm going to walk you through all of that, and that's going to require me telling you a story, the story of Mr. Mahboubian. Mahboubian. We're going to have to look at the story of Mr. Mahboubian so we can understand context a little better when we look at how the court decided that case, and then try and apply it, the logic that the court used in Mahboubian, which is a Court of Appeals decision. Try and look at the logic that was in Court of Appeals, again, is the highest court in New York. So it is binding on all the courts in the state of New York. And we're going to look at the logic that they employed there and ask ourselves whether this is the same logic that was employed here. And you'll see that while it might be appropriate at this stage when this was written, it's certainly not in any way reflected in the way it was actually carried out by Judge Merchan last week. And that's why there's a fatal flaw. I'm going to walk you through that. That's my objective, to walk you through that. So again, this is a little bit complicated. I'm helping you understand how lawyers approach and understand things. And this is precisely the sort of thing which should be raised by Trump's attorneys in their appeal of these convictions, because when you have a fatal error of law, which this certainly seems to me to be one, that's exactly the sort of thing that you throw at the court and you say, this is not what Mahboubian says you're allowed to do. This is very, very different in fundamental ways. Fundamental ways different from Mahboubian. But in order to understand that, first we need to understand the story of Mahboubian. And it's an interesting story involving art theft and a complicated sting operation. We're going to read through that story together, so this way we're all on the same page as to the players in the Mahboubian, the tale of Mahboubian, which is a story that happens in 1985. Let me get some super chats, then we'll run through this. Hey, just wanted to say, what's up? You omitted the ban on squirrel mutilation last night, so how many dead squirrels are there now? What did you do to the squirrels? Aren't closing arguments different than calling witnesses to put on proper defense? Instructions were after the defense rested. That's fair enough. That's fair enough, and that I can understand that being a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism. Yeah, I'm on board with what you're saying there, Kimmy. That, sometime before they rest, you should be able to tell them what they have to defend from. Also, doesn't say anything about raccoon sacrifice. Raccoons you should be butchering. I'm all for mutilating raccoons. Honestly, they're terrible, terrible creatures. Dustin, welcome aboard. Welcome to the following. It's not your mother's type of cult. It's not your mother's type of cult. That's gonna be my new catchphrase. The following is not your mother's type of cult. I know how those 70s hippies were all like dancing around with the flowing. No, it's not your mother's type of cult. Okay. Just to make that 100% clear. Let's talk about the story of Mr. Mahboubian and how he was involved in a terrible sting operation. All right. The case starts actually by basically looking bad for the decision for the defendants. They say, viewing the evidence in the light most favorable. I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the people, the proof was sufficient to show defendants entered into conspiracy to stage a burglary defending Hussein Mahboubian's collection of gold and silver Persian antiquities. Well, let's start at the beginning. In a case involving a stage theft, meaning the owners were in on it, of Persian antiquities with the objective of recovering $18.5 million in insurance proceeds, the central issues on appeal are whether the joint trial of two defendants were proper and acts charged amount to attempted grand larceny and burglary. We're not really going to get too much into the whole two defendants being tried together because that's not going to be relevant to our issue. I'm going to actually jump past that part of it. But So just so you understand, there's a staged theft of Persian antiquities and $18.5 million in insurance. Viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the people, the proof was sufficient to show defendants entered a conspiracy to stage a burglary of defendant Hushang Mahboubian's collection of gold and silver Persian antiquities. He was the owner, pretending that he had been robbed so he could collect on the insurance. Three art experts testified for the people that several pieces in the collection were of dubious authenticity and indeed almost certainly modern forgeries. From the testimony of other witnesses, the jury could have concluded that Mahboubian became aware of this before the burglaries and had been unsuccessful in his efforts to sell the collection. In the summer of 1985, let's get into our story time. All right. It's the summer of 1985. Don Mattingly is manning first base for the Yankees and tearing apart the AL East. And Mahboubian is insuring the collection with Lloyd's of London for $18.5 million, covering it while in transit for a 12-month period. The stated purpose of the insurance was to allow Mahboubian to ship the collection to the United States where it would be offered for sale. So he's like, hey, Lloyd's of London, I'm shipping my stuff there. I want to insure it that while it's in transit, in case it gets robbed, that you're gonna pay me back. Stated purpose insurance was to so they want to sell it. In October, Mahboubian traveled to New York, where he rented a vault at Morgan Brothers Manhattan Storage, a long-term storage facility. According to the assistant warehouse manager, co-defendant Nejatola Sakai, we're going to call him Sucker just for the purposes of this case, because you'll see he ends up being quite the sucker. So Sucker accompanied him to Morgan Brothers. A month later, the day after he returned from a trip to London, Sucker, too, rented a vault at Morgan Brothers, attempting unsuccessfully to get space on the same floor as Mahboubian's vault. So he wants to be in close proximity and have good reasons to be loitering around his vault so he can upset things up, because that's what Sucker did. In early December 1985, Sucker contacted Abe Garabedian, who in turn spoke to several men experienced in robberies and burglaries of art storage facilities. Garabedian told him that Sucker had an insurance job for them. Unbeknownst to the others, one of the men, Daniel Cardabat, had agreed to act as a police informant and secretly recorded all of their conversations with Sucker. So Cardabat is sitting there working for the police, and he's recording all his conversations with Sucker while Sucker is trying to conduct this heist. When Cardabat and the others first arrived at Sucker's New York City's antique stores to discuss the job, Sucker was speaking in Farsi, that's Persian to you and me, on the telephone to someone in London named Hushang, which we're fairly certain was Mahboubian. So he's talking to Hushang about a job that they will do. Telephone company records established that Sucker placed a call to Mahboubian's London gallery at that time. So no one knows that he was on the phone with Mahboubian, but he's calling there and he's talking to someone who's got the same first name as Mahboubian. After hanging up, Sucker explained to them that the job involved stealing a number of crates that we flown from Switzerland to New York City and that he was leaving that night to finalize everything with the guy. They accepted his offer of $100,000 for the theft. 3 days later, Sucker flies to England. Okay, now we're still in December here, 1985. A few weeks later, Mahboubian comes to New York City, made arrangements for his collection to be handled upon arrival by W.R. Keating Company, a customs brokerage firm. Basically figuring out, okay, where's this thing going to be for my guys to steal it? So he gets in touch with this company, W.R. Keating, and what they do is they help deal with customs issues. And he says that they're then going to be stored you're going to take it, handle customs, and then you're going to transport it to the Regency Worldwide Packing, a secure art packing and customs warehouse where customs inspection clearance would be conducted. It's all being overseen by W.R. Keating, and it's going to be stored at Regency Worldwide Packing. Mahboubian was given a full tour of the Regency. So they show him how to break in, during which he was told that his shipment would not be stored in the open warehouse, but would be placed inside a special steel vaulted room. While Mahboubian was in New York, telephone calls were made between his number and Sucker's. So we see they're in continual contact with each other. In addition, right before Mahboubian's tour of the Regency warehouse, Sucker met with Cardabat, that's the informant, and Daniel Coe, the other, the other Sucker Jr., another of the hired thieves, and informed them that the ship would be taken from Swiss Air to Regency for customs clearance and then to Morgan Manhattan. During the meeting, Cardabat recorded that in another telephone conversation in Farsi, in which Sucker requested the specifications from there, because they're trying to say, okay, what's the whole agenda as to where this art is going to be? We'll try to figure out the best place to steal it. After hanging up, Sucker told the others that the caller was him, which implicitly the police want us to believe is Mahboubian, and that he was going right now to find out where they're going to be at the Regency. Where in the Regency facility is the art going to be stored? Mahboubian then flies to Switzerland, visit the warehouse where his collection was stored, because at this point, he hasn't brought it in from Europe yet. It's still in Switzerland. So he goes back to Switzerland. Now that he knows where, okay, I'm going to send it to New York and it's going to stay in this area in New York and this place and this, and here's where the vault's located. Now he goes back to Switzerland, where it is. While there, in an unusual procedure, he's marked his initials in red on the shipping crates in which it was packed. We assume that the reason he marked it in red was that the thieves would know those are the crates, not those crates, not those crates. But he's actually basically putting his initials in red as a way of saying, steal me, steal me, steal me. Sucker had earlier told Carter and the others that would be done, meaning that there was going to be marked with his initials. So they know which crates to take. The crates were shipped to New York on December 24th, 1985, right before Christmas Eve, transferred to Regency the next day on Christmas. Within 24 hours, 2 more telephone calls were made from Sucker's house to Mahboubian's number, so we see continual contact. And Sucker had met with Cardabat and the others to inform them the mark boxes were at the Regency, were all good to go. There was an unresolved discussion concerning whether the theft would take place at the Regency or later at Morgan Manhattan. They're all sitting here fighting, saying, "Wait, let's not do it there. We have an inn in Morgan Manhattan. Let's do it there." Sucker drew the others a diagram showing where the collection would be stored at Morgan Manhattan in Mahboubian's 7th floor vault. He's like, "Look, we got the whole floor layout in Morgan Manhattan." Told him he had a key, but prefer not to use it because he doesn't want to have suspicion fall on him that who else would have access here. The goods were clearly by customs the next day. Sucker met with the thieves again at the beginning of January. This time, he insisted the burglary take place at the Regency. Forget about doing it by the later storage. You got to get it earlier by the Regency and do it done immediately. He also told them that would ruin the entire plan, even if one item went on the market. They had given his word of honor the whole thing is going to be returned to him, meaning the owner who set up this whole thing. Sucker showed the man a diagram of the Regency's warehouse floor. So don't go with your sticky fingers and taking some of the loot with you. You're getting your cut. That's it. Don't try taking stuff. Sucker showed the man a diagram of the Regency's warehouse floor, indicating that Mahboubian's crates were stored in the inner steel vaulted room where Mahboubian had been told they would be placed when he toured the facility. 2 nights later, the burglary takes place. Cardabat and his accomplice knocked down a retaining wall to gain entry. Inside, Cardabat found the room Sakai pointed out in his diagram, broke down its steel doors. When they look inside the vault, it's not here. It's not anywhere. Oh my God, where the heck are these stupid crates? He broke into the vault, and then he finds them a few seconds later right outside the vault. All right, we just broke this vault for no reason whatsoever. I guess that's relevant because it shows that you got into the vault and didn't take anything from the vault. Clearly, this was all orchestrated beforehand that you were going to take these specific pieces. Regency personnel had never, in fact, put the boxes inside the vault because they're full of crap when they said we're really good at our jobs and making sure we keep your stuff safe. So they failed at putting it in the vault. Cardabat passed the boxes out of the warehouse to his colleagues, and the men began to remove the pieces from them. At that point, they were arrested by members of the Manhattan Robbery Task Force, who had been alerted by Cardabat and had observed the theft from the beginning. The entire time, everything is being recorded on America's Funniest Videos. And they're all sitting there breaking into the vault. while the cops are sitting there snickering, saying these idiots don't even realize it's not in the vault, is right there on their left. Anyhow, Carter telephoned Sucker from the precinct. The Sucker wasn't there for the theft. He went in there with Cole on the pretext of arranging for delivery of the stolen goods and agreed to meet him at LaGuardia Airport. Sucker was arrested on his way there. Mahboubian, so now we got Sucker in custody. We got Sucker in custody and Cole, and Carter is obviously going to walk because he's an informant. Mahboubian was not charged with participation in the crime until several months later, after he had been interviewed by an assistant district attorney and allegedly made a number of significant misrepresentations about his arrangements to ship and store his collection. The evidence, in our view, was sufficient for the jury to find that both defendants had conspired as charged to stage a burglary and fraudulent theft in order to collect the insurance proceeds covering Mahboubian's collection. So this was the finding of the jury. These guys are conspiring to engage in conspiracy to have insurance fraud of an art theft. Okay, how does this relate to us at all? What the hell does this have to do with Donald Trump and these convictions or anything of that nature? You should be asking that question at this stage. You should be. I want to welcome Scott's Life as a new member and Bella Stilla. No. Whoa, that's not right. That's right. 10 new good Lawgic memberships. Those of you who were just recently added by Bella Stella to the following, which show during the week is called the following program. Those who you gifted memberships become followers. Followers. You're all a bunch of followers now, courtesy of the very generous Bella Stella. You're not followers of me. You're not followers of me. I'm not the leader of the following. I'm a follower. I'm a follower. I think I might have been gifted by Bella Stella at some point myself. That's how I got in here. All of a sudden, I was just like coming in. I just jumped onto a stream. The next thing you know, Bella Stella just kazam, just dropping memberships on me. I'm not the leader of the following. Say it with me. Joe is the host. He is not the leader of the following. Please, let's all be very clear about that. I don't want there to be any confusion on that, because that would bother me. I don't want anyone to come here under false pretenses. I'll be very clear about that. I don't want that. Oh, so everyone knows that. Worcester is the leader of the following. She's the leader. Following leader. I can't find those 10 people. I'm a little late on that. I apologize. Anyhow. So, but welcome to the following, and please, if you were gifted, and I thank Bella Stella for, I'm sure you must have gifted me at least once by now, right? At least once. At least once. What is that? That's not good. All right. That's bad. Okay. Well, that was kind of disturbing. Let's get down to business. Ready? We're going to skip past all the arguments here and get right in on the key. The key is, what is this? Why did Judge Mershant think this was relevant to our case over here? Remember, when he brought up this case, what did he say? What was the objective in citing this particular case? What he said was, there's a consensus that there's no requirement the prosecution allege or establish what particular crime was intended to be committed. C. People v. Mahboubian. This word that a lot of people would read right past, where it says, see how it says here, C? You need to look carefully when you're reading a decision for a word like C. You wouldn't think you need to look carefully for it, but if you're actually going to sit here, it doesn't say people v. Mahboubian. It says C. People v. Mahboubian. And teaches something that you probably haven't heard from any other lawyer yet, even though it's something that every one of us learns in law school when we're learning case analysis. If it just said people v. Mahboubian, that is a way of saying, I just made a statement. You know what my source of that statement is? It's this case, people v. Mahboubian. But sometimes the case doesn't say exactly what you want it to say. It just says principles that are sort of along the same line, and it gives kind of an indication to the conclusion you just said without actually saying that conclusion. Because understand that this is an analysis of how the law works with respect to New York Penal Code 175.10. And New York Penal Code 175.10 isn't mentioned anywhere in People v. Mahboubian. It's not anywhere in there. Instead, there's New York Penal Code 140.20. So, what is New York Penal Code? What do we have with 175.10 versus New York Penal Code 140.20, and why does he think that they are similar to each other? Let me pull up here New York Penal Code 175.10. Which says that a person is guilty of falsifying business records in the first degree when he commits the crime of falsifying business records in the second degree, and when his intent to defraud includes an intent to commit another crime, or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. See how I have this language of another crime or the aid or conceal the commission thereof? That's the part here which Mershan and the court are trying to figure out. Okay, so that's what it says here by the statute that Trump's been charged with. When we look at it, this other case, this Mahboubian case, it's not dealing with this statute or this precise language, but it deals with 140.20. This is New York 41. This is 140.20. It says a person is guilty of burglary in the third degree when knowingly enters or remains unlawfully in a building with intent to commit a crime therein. So the reason why it says C, People v. Mahboubian, is because what he's basically saying is, I'm going to be doing an interpretation as to how the court understands statutory language. And we see that the language of crime therein is used in this burglary situation. And that in that case, the Mahboubian court came along and said, hey, you don't actually have to know what crime was committed. Doesn't have to be known. You don't have to specify what crime was committed. As we see in this case, we just went through the whole fact pattern of Mahboubian. We have this whole back and forth with the stage art theft and all that other stuff. Now we see how it says over here that in the Mahboubian case, the defendants raised a defense. And they were like, you never really told us what crime we were being charged with. Okay. And they say, we reject the defendant's contention that convictions of burglary must be reversed for insufficient evidence of the requisite mental culpability. We're going to start focusing a lot on mental culpability in the term mens rea, which is a Latin term. Your mental state, the thing of your mind, mens rea. Defendants' burglary convictions were premised on their liability as accessories for the acts of Cartabat and his accomplices in breaking into the Regency warehouse and removing Mahboubian's collection. That's what they did, right? They broke in to the Regency, removing the art collection. Defendants argued that the evidence was insufficient to prove their intent that Cartabat and Company committed a crime therein. That is, within the warehouse as required by Penal Law 140.20. Remember, it's a crime if you go in there. What is burglary in the third degree? It's that you go into a building unlawfully with the intent to commit any crime in there, right? So if you go in there for the purposes of, I don't know, for the purposes of, let's say, engaging in prostitution, that would be burglary in the third degree. Even if you don't plan on taking anything, that's burglary in the third degree because you're going in there unlawfully for the purposes of committing a crime. Okay. So when we're analyzing this burglary, which says your intent is to commit a crime therein, says they argue that because the crime they were charged with having ultimately intended the theft of the insurance proceeds, because what does Mahboubian want to do? Mahboubian wants to report them stolen. So you're going to take the stuff. Now I'm going to report it stolen and I'll engage in insurance fraud. Am I going to be in the building when I claim insurance fraud? No, no. It's just enabling me. The situation in the building is enabling me to create a false claim, a crime of insurance fraud. But the act of actually taking it, if you're hitting me with a charge of insurance fraud, I'm not doing that in the building. It's almost like, in Talmudic law, we talk about the concept of mitzvah versus hechsher mitzvah, whether you're actually doing the act or doing something that enables the act to be done. So, an act, one crime could be you take with another act would be that same action of withdrawing it may not be the crime itself, but that action that you're doing there is to enable you to come out and commit fraud later on. So what they say is the defendants argue that because the crime they're charged with is having ultimately intended the theft and insurance proceeds was not consummated within the warehouse, but at a different point in time and space. Wasn't done that night. It was done later on when the owner claims that's what they're planning on doing, when the owner is going to report the insurance company that he's owed the money. So they're saying it cannot serve as the object crime under Penal Law 140.20. And the evidence does not support a finding they intended the commission of any other crime, so you can't charge us. In order to secure a conviction for burglary, the people need only allege and prove a knowing and unlawful entry coupled with an intent to commit a crime therein. So why are they going into this building? They're going in the building in order to help create the crime of insurance fraud. Not because ultimately Mahboubian can't steal from himself. So these people are going into the building unlawfully in order to help create the opportunity to have a crime of insurance fraud. There is no requirement that people allege or establish what particular crime was intended or that the intended crime actually be committed. To prove defendants' guilt as accessories, the people are required to demonstrate that the defendants themselves acted with the mental intent required for the commission of burglary, intent that a crime be committed therein when they solicited Carter and his colleagues to engage in conduct constituting a burglary. So our mental intent is we're trying to commit a crime. When we're going through this whole thing, we're trying to commit the crime. Is the crime the actual removal of something that doesn't belong to you when actually it's ultimately going to come back to the owners themselves? Is that actually theft? Can you steal from yourself? That doesn't seem to make sense. If I hire someone to make it look like he's stealing from me, I'm getting the goods back. He's not actually stealing from me. He's giving it to me, and I'm just paying him to go through this whole play exercise, making it look like I was robbed. But what the court is saying, it doesn't matter whether they're robbing you. The point is that it's part of this overall criminal scheme. And when you sent them in there, they were in there unlawfully, and their objective was to commit a crime. So you have mens rea at the moment that they're going in there. You have intent to commit a crime. And even if we don't know what that crime is, they might think the crime is stealing when in fact the crime is insurance fraud, but they have the mens rea of going into a building unlawfully to commit a crime. We just don't know which crime. They might not know which crime. They're wrong about which crime, right? Like the underlings, the henchmen there, right? Like the cat burglars who are working for Catwoman, wearing the funky ears and the tiger stripe jackets. They don't really know Catwoman's whole plan, but they know they're involved in illegal activity. So this idiot Cole or Sucker or whoever is involved in this, they might think they know what's happening, but they don't. But they're still trying to engage in a crime by trying and entering the building unlawfully. Accordingly, now you have part of this. You have formed mens rea, the proper criminal intent that you can be held culpable. The mens rea part here is critical. And it seems as if Judge Mershon completely ignores this. That is why we have a fatal flaw. In shortest synopsis possible, the Mahboubian court is very fixated on how do we accomplish this mens rea objective, establishing the criminal intent that can create culpability. Because at the end of the day, whatever your thoughts and ideas are, if you don't have criminal intent to commit a crime, you cannot be held criminally liable. There could be negligence or other things, but you can't be held criminally liable without having the mens rea. And it seems as if Judge Mershon lost sight of this entire concept of mens rea when he looked at this case of the People v. Trump. And this is why I'm very confident this will be overturned by the Court of Appeals. I don't know if the First Department is going to see it through. I'm hopeful that the Court of Appeals is going to recognize that this is kind of insane. What happened here? I'm going to walk you through it right now. Where did he lose the plot when it comes to mens rea, criminal intent of Donald Trump? Now we need to go back and look at, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. In order to understand where Judge Mershon lost the plot of mens rea, we need to spend a few minutes looking at the jury charges and what he instructed the jury as to where they can find Donald Trump criminally liable. And I think in short order, you'll recognize this doesn't really make sense. What the heck is happening here? Where is Donald Trump's criminal intent? But don't take my word for it. Let's look at the criminal charges. Let's look at the jury charges themselves. Okay. I know I marked this part up, and we looked at my markings a few times. I apologize for all the drawings I did on this. I probably should just get a clean one, but it's kind of endeared to me. So let's remember, okay? We talk about the crime was 17510, falsified business records in the first degree. These are the jury charges that Mershon read to the jury rather than letting them hold on to it themselves. And when he went through it, he basically said, let's understand this. And in fact, before I get to this, before I do that, let me explain to you this. What he said is this: the guilt that Donald Trump has been found guilty of, 34 convictions, are all for the same thing, primarily. 34 examples of the same thing. What is that thing? That thing is Donald Trump or his group. He's part of a group of people who unlawfully tried to win an election. Unlawfully tried to win an election. And the question is, what did he do unlawfully to try and win that election? And I've talked about how there are 3 different levels of crime here. There's the unlawfulness to violate New York election law 17-152, which is unlawfully winning an election. So it's unlawful. Now that unlawfulness is to win an election. And then that is falsified business records to cover up this crime of unlawfully trying to win an election. And what the court found is, and what the jury found, is that there's 34 instances, 34 writings that were all done to conceal, the purpose of concealing this crime. What crime? The New York election, unlawfully winning a New York election. And the question, what everyone freaked out about, is everyone said, well, what's the unlawfulness? What is the unlawfulness? How did he try to unlawfully win an election? Okay. In order for it to be unlawful, like any crime, you must have mens rea. There must be intent that Donald Trump is trying to engage in a crime. So you have to ask yourself, we'll give the benefit of the doubt And as hard as it is for anyone who has an above 6-year-old understanding of human nature or how to read people, we're going to pretend that everything Michael Cohen said on the stand in support of his direct testimony is 100% true. Even the parts he ended up contradicting. Well, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, let's assume that the jury believed every possibly good thing that the prosecution wants them to believe, no matter how bizarre and irrational it would be for them to do that. But that they latched onto that. Is there enough there for him to be legally convicted or not? And what we're going to see as I'm going through this is I will respectfully submit the answer is no. Even if you believe everything Michael Cohen said and give it the best possible reading, there is not enough there. And that's why Judge Merchan was obligated to direct a verdict in favor of defense Donald Trump. I'll walk you through it because Judge Merchan walks through the purportedly unlawful conduct. Now, bear in mind that unlawful conduct can be done not by Donald Trump, but by Michael Cohen himself. And I understand how aggravating it is to say, what the hell? So this guy's the one doing all the crimes. Donald Trump's not even doing any of the crimes. This guy's the one testifying against Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's the one who's convicted, and this guy doesn't even get charged. And is that gross and unjust? 100%. It is gross. It is unjust. You can take that up with the retarded system we have, with the way prosecutors are able to charge whoever the hell they want to charge. But that being said, even working within that system, the one thing that Michael Cohen cannot build for Trump, no matter what steps he takes, no matter what he does, he cannot create mens rea for Trump. He can go through all these different steps, and all those steps, if once Donald Trump forms the mens rea himself, the criminal intent himself, at that point, whatever steps that Michael Cohen may take along the way to try and further this illegal activity, in theory, in a twisted, bizarre world, that judicial system that we live in, the way that's not on Judge Merchan, that's actually set up by the law. In theory, that could be attached to whichever defendant the prosecutor wants to attach it to. And obviously, in this instance, he wants to try and attach it to Donald Trump. But the mens rea part, the criminal intent part of it itself, Michael Cohen cannot form that on behalf of Donald Trump. That would be unconstitutional. In order for him to be charged, he has to have a criminal objective. So now we need to understand what Michael Cohen said about Trump, what he told Trump, what Trump knew was happening, given in the light most favorable to the prosecution. What Trump knew was happening. If we go through all the testimony of Michael Cohen, what did Trump know was happening? What was his involvement here? What did he know was happening? And what crimes did he sign off on that he's like, do it, break the law, do it? Because if he forms that criminal intent and even just, gives a smack on the ass and says, go get him, Michael, in theory, he could be held criminally liable. But if we go through his testimony and what the unlawful activity purportedly was, it's very, very challenging to figure out what mens rea Donald Trump ever had to commit a crime here. It's very aggravating how limiting these jury instructions were. That, for example, the judge outright refused a request from the defense to instruct the jury that signing a non-disclosure agreement is not illegal. They weren't told that. As far as we know, the jury might believe that. Who knows what they believe? We don't know what they know, what they understand, because these jury instructions are written in such a cockamamie way that it's difficult to believe that they understood anything about what they were supposed to do other than get Trump. But let's look at that unlawful conduct that unlawful activity and break down each one of them and try to figure out what mens rea did Donald Trump have for that, based on testimony that was presented by Michael Cohen. Understand this. Michael Cohen tried attaching Donald Trump to this whole Stormy Daniels story by saying that he told her about it and that, we're going to pay her off. We're going to pay off Stormy Daniels. And that Trump said something about cash, which, if you believe Michael Cohen, a lot of people say cash. The defense wants you to say cash means not instead of financing, we're going to pay it from cash on hand. We're not going to borrow the money. He said, do cash. That's what the defense will have you believe. But we're ignoring what the defense is saying, just focusing on what Michael Cohen, the prosecution, is saying and saying, is there enough here? And he actually means cash, like literally stacks of bills, is what Michael Cohen is claiming that he meant when he said, we're going to pay cash. That's not a crime. We all understand that. That's not a crime. Signing an NDA is not a crime. So where are the different crimes here? Well, we need to focus on the unlawful activity and break down all the different things that the jury had to consider with respect to this quote-unquote unlawful activity, unlawfully trying to win an election. And the court, for as poorly as these things are written, let's understand this. He said, the court says here, New York Election Law 17-152 predicate, people allege that he violated 17-152, and then all the 34 acts were writings designed to conceal this crime of 17-152, New York election law, providing that any two or more persons who conspired to promote or prevent the election of any person to conspire to promote, so they're basically conspiring to promote Donald Trump's election to a public office by unlawful means, in which conspiracy is acted upon by one or more of the parties. So they're unlawfully trying to win it, and that unlawfulness is done by one or more of the parties. So let's read this in here. So it's a violation for Donald Trump and Michael Cohen to conspire to help Trump win the election by unlawful means, even if it's acted upon by exclusively Donald Trump or exclusively Michael Cohen, but they're working together. So Mike Cohen can be doing all this illegal activity. They're working together. That would be unlawful for Trump to do. So that'd be a violation of 17-152 that Trump is involved in here. And now we're going to get him for the writings that he did to try and hide this crime. Purportedly. Okay. This is what, so we're still left with this. What are the unlawful means? What were the unlawful means? In order for it to be unlawful means, you have to establish mens rea. You have to establish an objective to break the law. No matter what you're doing, you have to establish that there's an objective to break the law. We're going to break the law to win an election. Otherwise, you don't have anything. Otherwise, there's no unlawfulness. So now you sort of need to go through this and understand, what did Donald Trump know about these different unlawful means? And the court lays out 3 different forms of unlawful means, some of them with subsections of their own. And we're going to go through all of them. What were the unlawful means? Because knowledge of conspiracy does not make it itself a defendant co-conspirator. You can know about what's happening here. That doesn't make you. Defendant must intend that the kind of reform promote or prevent the election person by unlawful means. You must intend unlawful means are going to be used here. So Donald Trump can only be held liable for this crime if he's intending the usage of unlawful means. What Michael Cohen basically testified that he did is that Donald Trump knew, according to Michael Cohen, knew that he was going to be paying off Stormy Daniels by cash. And then at some point, he told Trump, yes, payment was made. Payment was made. Okay. Now, what were the unlawful means? Although you must conclude unanimously that the defendant conspired to promote or prevent the election by any person, you must all agree that there's unlawful means. You don't need to be on unanimity about what the unlawful means were. A lot of people get very upset about this. Jonathan Turley's very upset about this. Big legal scholars who are much more notable and will for almost certainly forever be more notable than I am in the area of scholarly law have balked at this instruction as being unconstitutional. But I want to pretend for a moment that we try to make this good, because that's what the this other case is trying to say. Why did they bring in Mahboubian? What was the point to Mahboubian? The point to Mahboubian was trying to establish that, hey, you don't need to know that what type of unlawfulness is. You just need to know that there is unlawfulness, right? I mean, that's what we got from Mahboubian. That's why he cited it in that case there. That's why Pisco is bringing it up. And Pisco is correct, to be fair. It's correctly citing what the judge said as to, like, basically saying you don't need to know exactly which crime it is in order to be charged. You just need to know that there's a crime, And let's assume that that does apply here. Let's assume Mahboubian would fit here. You still need to establish that there's a mens rea to commit a crime. In Mahboubian, there was mens rea that they're going to go into the building for the purposes of conducting an illegal act of stealing the art and either collecting it or selling it or getting paid for it by the guy who's paying them to go in there. But they're unlawfully going into the building for the purposes of trying to engage in illegal activity. What is the illegal activity that Donald Trump here had knowledge was even happening, much less signed off on? Because if he doesn't have knowledge of the unlawful activity, there's no mens rea that can establish that he's violating 17-152. So he has to have knowledge of these things in order for it to be unlawful. Otherwise, there's no mens rea. There's no intent. And without intent, he cannot be violating any criminal statute. So we need to establish what was Donald Trump's intent in this unlawful means. And he goes through the different forms of it. And this is what the judge says. In determining whether the defendant conspired to promote or prevent the election of any person or public office by unlawful means, you may consider the following. What are the types of unlawful means? There are three of them. Violations of FECA, Federal Election Campaign Act, otherwise known as FECA, falsification of other business records, or violation of tax laws. These are the three unlawful means. Now understand, these are unlawful ways of winning an election. So we're going to be unlawful in trying to win an election. So now, what part of this is Donald Trump signing off on? Let's break this down here. Let's talk about FECA. The first of people's theories under unlawful means, which I will now define for you, is FECA. Under the Federal Election Campaign Act, it's unlawful for an individual to willfully make contribution to any candidate with respect to an election for federal office, including a donation in excess of $2,700. Okay. If we believe Michael Cohen, is there a donation here in excess of $2,700? And the answer is very clearly no. There isn't a FECA violation because, according to Michael Cohen, he's going to advance that money and get paid back. So there's no person contributing to this. He's getting paid back the money. Trump's paying it back. So there's no FECA violation that he's a part of here. Because whatever monies Michael Cohen is advancing is, in fact, going to be paid back. So there's no donation to the campaign of $130,000, whatever else you think this is worth. So that Michael Cohen is not violating FECA here because it's basically a loan to the campaign that the campaign is paying back. So that doesn't seem to make sense. Who's making this donation? When is this donation happening? Who's making this donation? I don't know. So I don't understand how it is that, according to Michael Cohen's own testimony, there is this FECA violation. It's kind of baffling. The terms contribution expenditure include anything of value, including the purchase, payment, loan, or advance made by the person for the purposes of influencing an election for federal office. But if the loan is paid back and he knows it's being paid back, when they say loan, I'm not sure what this means when he says loan here. To be fair, I don't want to mislead anything here. How do I delete these things? Oh, that's interesting. I can do that. Oh, that's better. The term contribution expenditure include anything of value, including any purchase, payment, loan, or advance made by the person for purposes of influencing any election for federal office. Under federal law, a third party's payment of a candidate's expenses is deemed to be a contribution to the candidate unless the payment would have been made irrespective of the candidacy. Does anyone think that he would not have given it if not for the candidacy? Does anyone think he wouldn't have paid this if not for the candidacy? It's only for the candidacy? According to Michael Cohen's own statement, he said that the objective was that he's going to get paid back. So if he's saying he's going to get paid back, so I don't understand where there's an advance here. I don't understand where there's a contribution. How much is the contribution if they're getting the money back? Like, how do you quantify that as being more than $2,700? Because he's getting the money back. But let's go on to number 2, falsification of other business records. The second of the people's theories of unlawful means, which I will define for you now, is the falsification of other business records. Under New York law, a person is guilty of falsifying business records in the second degree with the intent to defraud. He or she makes or causes a false entry in the business records of an enterprise. So if you submit records that screw up the records of some business enterprise, you're helping falsifying it, and that's committing a crime. So that is the crime. That's the unlawful means that they're trying to use to win an election, according to this theory that leads to his 34 convictions. So, what records were being falsified here? And again, let's focus on Donald Trump's mens rea, Donald Trump's intent. Because what Michael Cohen did was he explained all the different steps that he went through in order to get a HELOC, a home equity line of credit, to get that money out and setting up a corporation and doing it this way, and then getting and wiring the money over to Keith Davidson and taking the money out here and hiding it from his wife and all these different steps here. All these falsifying business records that he did, that the court says that you can hold the defendant liable for. The bank records associated with Michael Cohen's account formation paperwork for Resolution Consultants. This is one of the things he says, you can hold Donald Trump liable for this. Really? Michael Cohen never claimed that Donald Trump knew anything about this. Michael Cohen never once said that Donald Trump knew anything about forming this resolution thing, or the bank records associated with Michael Cohen's wire to Keith Davidson, or the invoice from Investor Advisory to Resolution Consultants. None of these first 3 things that are listed here did Michael Cohen testify once that Donald Trump knew anything about it. So, from Donald Trump's perspective, if we believe Michael Cohen and what he said, from Donald Trump's perspective, he has this loudmouth porn star who needs to be silenced, and he's going to pay her money and have her sign an NDA. And perhaps Michael Cohen is going to be loaning money that he's going to be paying back. This is what Michael Cohen said, and we're believing everything he says. That Michael Cohen is going to front the money, and he's going to collect that money in payments over the subsequent year through paying off money through the payment scheme, where it's going to look like a retainer payment. So now, how is he winning an election unlawfully? Because Donald Trump doesn't know anything as far as what he knows. At the time I'm winning this election, there have been 0 crimes committed. 0. Not a single crime has been committed. And this is very important that I know Pisco, if and when he sees this, which if he's not watching it now, he's probably going to watch it at some point. He'll be freaking out. I'm pointing this out to you. You cannot. He's trying to win an election unlawfully, and as far as Donald Trump knows, on the night of the election and a week thereafter, There have been zero crimes committed. He has not been told of any crimes committed. He never agreed to any crimes being committed. He never agreed to any single crime at all. What he basically said, according to Michael Cohen, is that he's okay with her being paid off, and that he basically feels like I'm allowed to pay her off. Who doesn't? Why would an NDA be illegal? Now, was there falsification that Michael Cohen might have done in order to secure the money, that he might have done something illegally with setting up this corporation or that corporation? Perhaps, but there's no reflection even in Michael Cohen's own testimony to say that Donald Trump knew he's going to be doing that or had any reason to suspect he would do something illegal. Why would anyone think that Donald Trump was okay with Michael Cohen doing something illegal here? At what point does he say, "Oh yeah, that's totally fine. Break the laws, whatever you need to get this thing NDA done. We need the NDA done." At what point is he establishing a criminal intent? Because as Michael Cohen admitted, and the prosecution admits, signing an NDA is not breaking the law. So if he doesn't know that there's a crime that's being committed, he doesn't know about the bank records that Michael Cohen is falsifying, because Michael Cohen is a lying freak and can't spend 30 seconds filling out a form without lying on it. So how does he know that there's a crime being committed here? There's no indication that he knew Resolution Consultants is being formed. Rather than going to his own bank account and being like, here's $130,000. So if he doesn't know anything about it and he hasn't agreed to any crimes being committed, there's no point in time where Donald Trump is forming mens rea, the intent, which makes this completely different from Mahboubian. Now, you can talk about over here, let's get to the fourth thing here, the 1099 miscellaneous forms that Trump organization issued to Michael Cohen. You could talk about that. But that 1099 is not for the purpose of winning the election. That cannot be for the purpose of winning the election, because those 1099s are coming out a year and a half later. So so with respect to those 1099 forms, he cannot be using that. There's no mens rea that I'm going to try and win an election through illegal means, because he thinks the NDA is, as far as he knows, is completely legal. So if he thinks that everything he's doing is completely legal, he has no way of knowing that there's a problem here, that there's unlawful means, that he's violating 175.10. And with respect to paying him via 1099 and the business records that he has intent to do that, that's only a crime if there's 17-152. If there's a violation of 17-152, that he's trying to conceal that crime. But this whole thing with this 1099, this whole payment thing, they're trying to use it on the front end and the back end, and that doesn't make any sense. They're trying to basically say that when he writes this thing later on with these different writings that he signs off on, or the 1099, all these different forms that they end up filling in here, what they're basically trying to say is these writings are now a crime. What's the crime that you're committing there? You're trying to conceal this 17-152 election law. Well, what's that election law? That is that if you're trying to win an election unlawfully. Well, how's it unlawfully? Well, with the records that you're going to sign on later. But the whole wheel doesn't start. It's basically we're using the same records twice in order to try and find him as far as find his culpability. But at no point here is he forming a mens rea to be doing anything illegal, to ever be violating 17-152 in the first place. This is where, when I realized this, I was like, wow, this is kind of crazy. And finally, we come to violation of tax laws. So violation of tax laws is the people's third unlawful. What's the unlawfulness? So there's unlawful means by violating tax laws. What's the violation of tax laws? So violating tax laws is that when he pays the NDA, now instead of paying back a loan, that he's paying Michael Cohen as if it's on retainer. And again, we're believing everything Michael Cohen says as if it's truthful, despite the fact that the guy has such a forked tongue that the devil looks at him with and gets a hard on. But let's assume that somehow he managed to tell the truth here, give him that benefit of the doubt. So what the crime here, the unlawful means, is that Donald Trump while sitting in the White House, the Trump organization is paying, instead of paying back a loan to Michael Cohen, they're paying to him as attorney services in 2017. And when he's paying it in 2017, that Mike Cohen is showing it as earnings and $400,000 in earnings that he has to pay taxes on, when really it was not earnings. Really, it was repayment of a loan. So he should not have had to pay taxes on it. So when he's causing Michael Cohen to fill out a fraudulent tax form saying, I owe you money, when he doesn't actually owe them money, literally overpaying taxes, and then giving them the money. I owe you money, and here is the money, giving them that money, that is, according to the judge, and I guess technically it's a violation of law to overstate how much taxes you owe. So that is the unlawful means to win an election. But how is that an unlawful means for him to win an election? This is the part which never made any sense at all. Even assuming this cockamamie, insane theory that this is it's unlawful, and therefore now we're criminal. You're a criminal because you tried paying too much taxes. What is insane is all of that stuff, again, is happening that's not winning the election by having him pay it that way after the fact. Meaning, if he would have comes out in January 2017 and says, I'm not paying you by retainer, I owe you $130,000. I don't want to pay $260 and $130. I'm going to give you instead $130, pay you back your loan. Don't take it as taxes. Here's your $130. So what, at that point, did he win an election unlawfully? Did that happen? Was there any unlawful win? No. Borrowed money, gave the money back. There's no unlawfulness. So then how did he, then he didn't win an election by unlawful means. He didn't end up winning an election after the fact because this is how he decided to pay it. If he changed his mind, never ended up paying him the money via retainer. He ended up giving him, here's 100,000. Oh, you laid out 130 for me? Here's 130 back. Well, goes into a bank, pulls out 130,000, says, here's your 130 back. And gives him back the money that way. Would that now make it lawful? You can't use the fact that how he's paying back the money now to all of a sudden go retrospectively and say now this becomes an illegal thing, because you're basically bootstrapping to use the same thing to make it illegal in the first place, and now say because it was illegal in the first place, that's why it's illegal in the end. That's essentially what the court here is trying to do. They're trying to say that this that makes it illegal at the end is now going to make it illegal in the middle and then come back to the beginning part. It's so asinine. It's so absurd, because essentially, how does he win the election unlawfully when after the election is over, 3 months after the election is over, he can decide how he's going to pay back and either make that payment lawfully or unlawfully? So how does he have a mens rea? How can you say in November he has a mens rea to break the law and win the election unlawfully when we don't even know how he's going to decide ultimately to pay this thing back when it gets time to pay it back? It makes no sense. It's not logical. And that's why when you're trying to compare this to Mahboubian, in Mahboubian, they're going in, it's an art theft. It's a staged art theft. These guys are going in there and they're like, oh, we're illegally entering this building in order to take this art, and how we're going to make the money with the art, whether we're going to pay this way or that way, or insurance fraud, or sell it on the black market, or use it to bring down the curses of Ganesh on someone, whatever it is. You use this art for. They have the objective of going in there, and in this building, they're doing illegal activity. So you can basically say, which crime, how we're going to define that crime later on, I don't care. But we know this action he's doing, they have the mens rea, they have the intent of doing illegal conduct. But when it comes to this election law, violation of tax law, we have no way of knowing that he is a legal mens rea. He has a mens rea of doing something illegal when we don't even know how he's going to end up paying this. There's no way that you can possibly say as a mens rea that he's going to break the law. He's going to win an election illegally when it only becomes illegal. It only becomes illegal when it ends up being paid this way versus being paid that way. And that's why this whole Mahboubian thing is it's an insane analogy in this particular setting. Maybe sometimes it could work with respect to 175.10, but in this particular setting, to try and establish whether or not there was a violation of 17-152, it cannot possibly make any sense because the only way you're establishing that there's this crime after the fact is by establishing that the crime that's happening in November of a legal election, of unlawful means of winning an election, now ends up becoming illegal 3 months later. I hope that was clear. I know it's very convoluted. I know it's very complicated. I get it. I understand it. But I hope that was clear. I knew it was going to be complicated. I think a lot of people are not going to get what I was saying there, but that's okay. Some of you will. Some of you won't. One guy I know won't is Pisco. So Trump may or may not have schemed to have an NDA put in place, but there was no mens rea regarding business recording. It's not a scheme to have an NDA in place. That's like saying I schemed to read your super chat. There's no scheme. You decide you want me to read your super chat, and I basically set up that if you pay money and you throw a super chat up there, I'm going to try to read it. That's not a scheme. He finds himself in a situation where someone is basically claiming, hey, I can make things difficult for you and your PR, or maybe hurt your election, whatever it is. And he's like, okay, here's an NDA and I'll pay you money. That's not a scheme. It's an arrangement which is 100% legal. The point is that he has to form an intent to do something illegal. At what point is he forming an intent to do something illegal? When all the illegal steps this is basically what it boils down to, all the illegal steps that Mike Cohen is involved in, there's no indication he ever told Trump he's going to be engaging in any illegal activity. So if he thinks he's doing something 100% legal, yes, I'm paying Stormy Daniels. Yes, I'm giving her, she's going to sign an NDA. Yes, I'm giving her this money. And he has no intention of doing anything remotely illegal. In that case, he has no mens rea. If he thinks the way that she's going to get that money is by Michael Cohen going into his bank account, just pulling the money out that happens to be sitting in a bank there, and then he's going to give the money back to him a month later, there's no mens rea for him to break any law. And you have to have the mens rea that he's intending to do something to win an election illegally. So at what moment did he decide he's going to try to win this election illegally? Let's think this through. What day was it? Election is November 6, 2016. It's November 9, 2016. So at what day was he deciding? She got the money on October 30th. But when she gets the money, it's totally legal. As far as Trump knows, the payment is totally legal. At this point, there's been no mention to him that anything that, as far as respect to this payment, that there's any sort of fraudulent filings by Mike Cohen. Mike Cohen never claimed on the stand that he told him anything about this. So at what point is there something that Donald Trump even knows he's doing something illegal? Maybe Michael Cohen knows he's doing something illegal, but what does Donald Trump know about that? That's the key here. What does Donald Trump know about Mike Cohen's illegal activity? And the point is that when election day rolls around, as far as he knows, everything that's happened was legal. And he's never agreed to do anything illegal. So how can he, at that point now, be unlawfully winning an election? That's what you have to ask yourself. How can you possibly be unlawfully winning an election when he doesn't think he's doing anything illegal? And has never agreed to do anything illegal. Even if the schmuck, quote unquote, self-anointed fixer is doing all sorts of illegal activity. He's just like, I'm going to take care of Stormy. I got it. I'm going to cover the whole thing. But he doesn't know there's anything illegal. There's no illegal intent. You can't be held liable. And that has to be dismissed as a matter of law. That's not left to a jury. That's a directed verdict. And unless Michael Cohen can help attach and say, no, he understood I was doing something illegal. And he agreed to it. And he told me he encouraged me to do it. Then you could have a conspiracy. But nothing in his testimony indicates that. Nothing in his testimony, if you believe everything Michael Cohen said, nothing in his testimony indicates that Donald Trump had any knowledge that any steps that Michael Cohen was going to take would be doing some illegal activity in any way, shape, or form. That's why it's a fatal flaw. In stark contrast to Mahboubian, where it's like there's all sorts of illegal activities. It's just a matter, we don't know which one they knew about, but they certainly knew they weren't supposed to be in there. They certainly knew they weren't supposed to be taking the art. They're certainly trying to gain financially going into the building that they're not allowed to be in, gain financially by taking stuff out of there. Which crime they knew they were breaking, who cares? They have enough mens rea to do illegal activity, as opposed to here where there's literally zero mens rea. Based on the testimony, the most favorable testimony possible for Michael Cohen, looking at the light most favorable to the prosecution, there still isn't mens rea. That's the problem. Joe, before the last week, if you were handling an NDA for a client, they paid you final for both services and the cost settlements be rendered. Would you have counseled separate payments? I wouldn't lay out money for a client. But I would not have asked for separate payments, no. The cash crone is McDougal, not Stormy. McDougal is not anywhere in the charges. If you actually look at the charges, the jury charges in the indictment, you look at the jury charges laid out by the court before they go to deliberation, McDougal is not anywhere with respect to any of the charged offenses. But, oh, you're saying when he said cash on the recording? Oh, I don't know. It's possible. I'm saying even if it was cash for her, it wouldn't matter. How does this apply to federal election? By all accounts, minus the sole felony defendant, Trump never directed Cohen to pay Daniels. What happened to those testimonies, or they were thrown out? Well, they can claim we believed Michael Cohen. So they're going to claim. We don't care how unbelievable or how ridiculous it is to say it. We're going to pretend that we believed him because we want to get Trump. We're transit illegal camp contribution via daughter. That's a different issue. Joe, has 17-152 ever been charged in New York State without an accompanied defined predicate unlawful means charge? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not a criminal defense attorney. Super damn duper clear, sir. I'm glad. Thank you. I'm glad it was clear. Read the quotes, Joe. Sarcasm. Wait, which one? Trump may or may not have schemed. That's what you're talking about? Oh, my apologies. Yeah, I should realize that. Hillary falsified tax documents. Steele dossier was a fraud on government that started investigations in order to win an election. How does this case not apply? So their refusal to charge. Here's the reality. I mean, the reality is, and this is part of what's stupid about judicial systems, that prosecutors decide who to prosecute. And if they decide that, hey, anyone who is Democrat, we're not going to prosecute, and anyone's Republican, we will prosecute, there's really nothing you can do about it. There's nothing anyone can do about that. It's just reality. Other than, elect better leaders. Trump broke no laws. That's my point. That's my point. That is my point. Anyway, I'm going to keep this a short show because I think people are going to need to review what I said here. So I'm going to keep this a short show tonight. I'm going to wrap this up here. Keep this as straightforward as possible. But the upshot of everything I'm saying here, I don't see what's his face in the chat. So if he was here, I probably would send Pisco an invite. He is here. Pisco is here. All right. You know what? I'll give him. You could have sent a super chat, you lazy. I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay. This is against my better judgment. You're sitting here throwing nonsense at me. I'll tell you right now, you start gaslighting, I'm just gonna send you on your way. Don't gaslight. I'm warning you. I'm not giving you any more warnings. This is your warning. Don't gaslight. You gaslight, I'm just gonna bounce you and wrap up. You got your invite. Part of the reason I'm bringing him in here is because I think as he's arguing, it'll actually help me crystallize just how wrong these convictions are. I think he's planning on like basically showing where I'm wrong, and by the time we're done, it's going to be that much clearer how right I am. And sometimes having an adversary to sharpen as like a, what's the term for a rock that you sharpen your sword on? No, there's a term for it. But he does have the link. So I'm going to give him like another 3 minutes here. Hone. I know Hone. There we go. You're muted.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How are you? Long time no talk.
Yes.
How you been?
Thank God. I've been awesome. How have you been?
Good. I heard you filed a motion.
I filed more than a motion. I filed Article 78.
Oh,
proceeding.
that's right. That's right. Yeah. How's that going?
It's awesome, actually. It's going really well. Yeah. No, I mean, I knew I wasn't going to win the first department. I got a decision from them. I should throw this up here while I'm here. I got a decision from them last week. I was nervous that they would bounce me out on standing, which a lot of people on the left thought I was going to lose on standing. Like, who are you? Why is this your business? And they're going to throw you out and tell you to go jump in a lake. But they did not do that, which they inherently recognized my standing, and they rejected me on merit.
Are you is the plan to go to SCOTUS? Because I'm guessing you're not very optimistic about the New York Court of Appeals.
I'm not optimistic about the Court of Appeals. I will tell you, at one stage, when the first department seemed intent on strangling my application by basically waiting out the clock, which is how it felt like it was happening with the clerk's office, and constantly rescheduling and giving me no notice as to when scheduling was going to be or when this would be marked final and all. It just seemed as if they were like, let's just keep kicking this down the can until the gag expires because, the case ends. So I tried going to the Court of Appeals and bringing an application at that point saying they're strangling me here to try and make it moot.
Yeah.
Please give me relief. And the court said, we're not going to pick this up at this point. Now, if they pick me up now or not, if they pick me up, great. If they don't pick me up, equally great. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, this is really about the DC Circuit Court decision.
The one in the
Chucking case.
The Chucking case, yeah.
Yeah, the gag that was issued there, which really was the genesis of this concept, which is sometimes called state interest, sometimes called court interest in the fair administration of justice. And they really use the two terms, state interest and court interest, almost interchangeably, which is shocking. That Judge Merchan, in the same paragraph, at one point calls it. He starts with the state's interest in fair administration of justice and finishes the paragraph by referencing the court's interest in the fair administration of justice, which I think you would appreciate. Those are two very different things, right?
Could be. To be honest with you, when I followed the DC Circuit oral argument, I kept going back and forth. I know the ACLU submitted a brief against the theory of the DOJ there, where they're like all on board on free speech and that kind of thing. I don't have like really elaborated thoughts on the lawfulness of the order. I think the one thing that really appeals to me intuitively is the notion that there has to be something more than what's already not protected speech under normal course, that the sort of circumstances of the criminal trial, can capture something additional than what's already not allowed under the law. Does that make sense? I think that was.
I don't understand anything you just said.
Okay, so in the DC Circuit oral argument, one of the things that was brought up is, well, in order for Trump's speech to be prescribed by a gag order, it needs to be in a category of speech that's already not allowed. So it needs to be a true threat. It needs to be a meet like a Brandenburg kind of test, right? And the idea that some of the, I think, Court of Appeals judges said was, are we just saying here that the judges in a criminal case have no more authority to gag a defendant beyond the kinds of speech that's already bannable by the government wholesale. Like true threats, you can already ban those. You can.
I
criminalize
would not take that position.
Yeah.
One of the things I spent a great deal of time grappling with. I didn't expect to get into the whole gag order with you, but I'm keen to do that anyway. I don't mind having a discussion.
I'm just interested in it. I know you're doing it, and I just wanted to ask some questions.
Right. So one of the things I really grappled with is that there are court decisions which deal with mafia.
Right.
So like, I mean, let's think about like, someone who's allegedly a part of the mob, and now we have concerns that they're literally gonna order a hit on some witness or something, or some juror or something of that effect. So I think we can understand that they're in that circumstance, because I really start with a blanket concept based on reading the Supreme Court cases that you cannot gag a criminal defendant, and that the state interest in justice or the court interest in justice is a manufactured thing. And then I started thinking more and more about it, because
like scenarios of
I'm trying to think, because I'm like, look, I really want to have a fair justice system. And
I believe that,
and at the same time, like, I really want to make sure that we're protecting First Amendment rights. So I sort of like thought this through, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm not stupid. I don't want John Gotti to be able to order a hit on someone because he's like, hey, this guy,
kind of cute about it.
Yeah, and be cute about it by like mentioning the guy's name and rubbing his nose, or like making a motion with his hand, and the next thing you know, that guy is found in a river somewhere. I don't want that. I mean, like, I want people to be safe when they're engaging in this sort of thing. And what I realized the difference is between a John Gotti and a massive social media influencer is that when John Gotti is doing that, that speech is illegal. We just don't know that the speech he's engaging in is illegal. In other words, he's ordering a hit on someone. We just don't realize that that's what he's doing, because he's using coded language, but he has a target audience.
Yeah,
that he's expecting this guy or these 20 people are going to see this message, and one of them is going to issue the hit. In other words, he already knows the recipient. So really, the speech is itself illegal speech in that it's conspiracy to commit murder.
But how can it be if there's no direct meeting of the mind? But you're saying it's implicit.
But there is a meeting of minds. I'm saying there is a meeting of minds, because before he ever got arrested, it was all understood. Clear. It's understood that if I tell you this guy is a witness against me, that to take him out. Everyone, that's an understood thing. So now when he's mentioning this guy testifying against him, even though it might sound like an innocuous thing, like saying, yeah, this guy is a liar, that we know that if he uses that, there's some coded phrase, it's very likely that there's a recipient out there who understands that that's an order to go effectuate a kill. So really what we're saying is that speech itself is actually a conspiracy to commit murder, just in a coded way that none of us realize it. So that speech itself is already illegal. So if you want to ban that guy from issuing that kind of speech, that I can understand. But when we have a situation here that everyone understands, no one is making a claim that Trump is communicating to specific persons, that it's like, hey, I want you to go physically harm these people here. I want you to physically break the law. So there's no meeting of minds at all. That's a novel thing that the court is now instituting, that people are going to now start being jerks, and they're going to start being racist and things that are rude. And I would never defend that and say that that's okay. But it's not like he's not doing so. He's not asking anyone to do anything illegal, and that to ban him from saying anything that's short of that I think is what's a dangerous precedent.
It's a very interesting. Go ahead, sir.
No, because it starts with someone who has 100 million followers, but then it's going to be applied to someone who has 30 million followers, or 10 million followers, or 500,000 followers. Where it's someone like, it's like all of a sudden now, someone can say that, Nick Ricciardo, who now is facing his criminal charges, he can't tweet about his case because one of his fans is now going to go, attack a witness or something like that. Like that's what could easily, we could see that happening. That he would be gagged, and that's craziness. I mean, it could really be someone who has 100 followers on Twitter. It's like, oh wow, we don't know, any of these crazy people might go out there. So that was what was bothering me. That we're engaging in this balancing test here of what's the state administration of justice versus First Amendment rights. And I was like, when you look at these Supreme Court cases, the only time we ever are worrying about, we're thinking about engaging a balancing test, is when someone's First Amendment rights is crushing a defendant's right to a fair trial, their constitutionally protected rights. So now you have a clash between First Amendment constitutional rights from party A versus constitutional rights of fair to trial from party B. And party
when you
A,
say party A is like the government.
no, in this case, I'm talking about, like, let's say the media.
Oh, okay.
So one of the cases that Mershon cited was Shepard v. Maxwell, Supreme Court decision of 1966. In that case, you had there you had a guy who was accused of butchering his family, and the media was sure he did it, and they were all over him. They were killing him in the media, killing him and killing him and killing him. If that wasn't okay, so that's going to happen sometimes, right? They assume the guy's guilty, and basically, like, imagine
not do it. Yeah.
You can totally see that. Here's a great example. The Christmas guy who drove through, that Brooks guy, Darrell Brooks guy, right?
Yeah.
That lunatic, right? Yeah. So you can well imagine a lot of people in the media screaming that they got lynch the guy, or whatever, if there was a death penalty, which there wasn't in that case. But if that this guy, that the jury has to put this guy away, or and give him and execute him and do whatever it is that they're going to say about him, you can understand them coming to that conclusion. And now, but he still has a right to a fair trial. And if it's in that circumstance, Shepard v. Maxwell, it was a crazy thing. It's almost like, you ever see any of these movies from the 60s where they show like the reporters coming there, and they all got the reporter ties and hats, and the hats, and they'll go running into a courtroom, and you got a couple people with the flash cameras and other people with their pencils and their pads, and they're writing down, they're taking notes, right? Like Citizen Kane kind of thing, right? So basically that's what was happening in Shepard v. Maxwell. But they weren't just talking to like the lawyers there. They're talking to the jurors during the course of deliberations and having smoke with them in the hall, saying, you got to find this guy guilty. I mean, he did it. Like, they're basically telling the jury, and they're influencing the jury so much that the Supreme Court is like, okay, look, we're all about free speech, and that's fine. We're all about freedom of press. But at a certain point, the judge has to.
Yeah, but that situation seems a little bit more like obstruction-y, right? Where you're
like, they said he had no 14th Amendment. He had no opportunity to have a fair trial. It was impossible for him to have a fair trial because the judge did nothing in order to help stop this stampede of First Amendment media crushing the guy. So that's where they start talking about balancing tests. There's another case, Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart, where they talk about this balancing test. And the first thing they say is this: look, if there's any other way to remedy the situation, you have to go there. The last thing we're ever going to do is interfere with First Amendment rights. That's like the very, very last thing. Like, it's fun. You might be able to have jury voir dires. You might be able to sequester the jury. All these things, you can voir dire out, make sure people are not scared or people whatever. Yeah. All these different things that you're supposed to do before you ever violate the First Amendment. And that's freedom of speech or freedom of press.
Yeah, right.
But then if none of those are going to help protect the constitutional rights to a fair trial, then you might sort of do something about the First Amendment and limit it as limited as possible, whatever most limited way, narrowly tailored as much as possible. Over here, the balancing test is there's no constitutional right on this side. You got First Amendment on this side, and then you got Constitution. Then you have right to a fair trial on the same side. Where's the balancing test? What is happening here? And even then, even if you're allowed to engage a balancing test, because as well, there's a court interest in fair administration of justice. Okay, fine. Don't you need to have an evidentiary hearing to actually know, okay, is it really his tweets that are doing this, rather than Tucker Carlson saying something terrible? Maybe it's Alex Jones saying something terrible.
That's always going to be tough, though, because the whole point of it is to stop it before it happens.
No, but what are they saying? They're saying this is the evidence they use. This is what they used in D.C. And here's the craziness. In New York, they said, well, they found this in D.C., so it must be happening here too. Like, what? Why would you assume that it's so? If he's ever a criminal defendant anywhere, does that mean from now on, if he's charged anywhere with any crime, that now we're going to just assume that, oh, well, that's what's going to happen. We have to gag him again now.
If it were John Gotti on his third trial, I don't think that you would. I think you'd be okay with the judge taking some preemptive
because the speech itself is illegal.
No, I mean,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing, and let me point this out to you.
Sure.
Here's the thing. He sends out a tweet about Bragg. This is what they said. He sent out a tweet about Bragg. And the next day, for the first time in a year, this is what DA writes. Next day, for the first time in a year, we got these harassing phone calls and all these terrible things that people felt scared. This is basically what they said. That's why we hear. So now, this was a year before they moved for a gag.
And you buy that as credible, right?
Is that credible? Yes.
Yeah.
Is it you know who else was talking about it on the very same day that Trump was talking about it? Everybody. Everybody. Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, ABC, everyone was talking about it. So we're assuming that someone saw what he said on True Social, and that's why they're on the phone with Alvin Bragg. Like, are you kidding me? Like, why would you think it's because of him?
Under that framework, then, like, really, what kind of things could Trump say other than stuff that's already prescribed under law and that has passed muster under First Amendment scrutiny? What are the kinds of things that he could say that you'd be like, okay, that's okay to gag? And I think, like, what you're implying is nothing other than
not unless there's a meeting of minds. Yeah. Not unless there's a meeting of minds.
Yeah, but let me and this will be.
You know what the Sixth Circuit? You know what the Sixth Circuit said, by the way?
No.
Here's why I think I might. This is why I think I might get into SCOTUS. You want to know why I think I might get into SCOTUS?
Well, I think you might get into SCOTUS too, because I think the Supreme Court might be willing to overrule.
Well, I gotta get past Sotomayor. That's the big problem. But
another thing is, I don't know. Is the standing test apply differently in?
I don't think so.
Federal court
I think once standing's been granted in New York, I assume that I'm not going to be
standing in the Supreme Court.
Even do you know how I helped cement my standing? You know what I did?
What'd you do?
I sent questions to Trump's press agent.
Oh, and he couldn't answer them. That's funny.
And he responded back, "We can't answer this because of this."
Is that what they cited in the? I'm going to look at your papers soon, but is that what they cited?
They didn't mention my standing. They just went right in on the merit.
All right, so it just like kind of implied.
It's kind of implied, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I actually think that's a pretty solid. I've personally been told they will not answer because of Merchan's unconstitutional gag order. That's what they said in their response to me. So now
they will not answer.
This is the press agent for Donald Trump.
Got it.
I submitted a question through the press agent to ask Donald Trump, and he said
because of this,
because of the unconstitutional gag order, we cannot answer your question.
That's funny.
So
I'm going to look at your paper. So thank you for letting me know about that. Super interesting. I wanted a little quick hypo.
The Sixth Circuit. I just want you to know real quick. The Sixth Circuit has said on this issue. They said when it comes to court interest in fair administration, they actually said with respect to the prosecution's interest in the state interest in the fair administration justice, they said no such thing. They said there's literally. They said the only person who has an interest in the fair administration justice is a defendant, and if his First Amendment rights make it difficult or challenging for the prosecution, F you. Go to hell.
So is that a true circuit split between them and?
It sounds like it to me. Yeah. That's complete circuit split between DC Circuit and the Sixth Circuit, which is all the more reason for the Supreme Court to try. And I'm going to highlight this clash between DC and Sixth Circuit and say we need the Supreme Court to weigh in on this circuit split.
I would like to see this kind of thing resolved. I think that on the mootness thing, because some people might say it's moot if I don't know if the
gag comes off. It's still in effect now,
right? Yeah. Which is wild because he's violating it like every day. I feel like he's like talking shit about witnesses all the time. I mean, like at this point, I think I don't think Rashawn has any interest in like making him see any punishment for that. But I do want to see the Supreme Court resolve this issue. I think it's important, and I think it's the kind of issue that is amenable to one of the exceptions for mootness. I forget what it is.
That if it's
you know what I'm talking about.
Capable of repetition and escaping review.
I think this is interesting enough that they should and it's capable that in the proceedings it never gets to the Supreme Court. I think they should resolve it. So I hope that the Supreme Court gets to resolving it. I'm guessing if they take the case, your case, is probably going to say it was unconstitutional if they do decide to accept it.
And here's the thing,
not that I think it's unconstitutional. I just think that if they decide to take it, it probably indicates that
they'll fall in my favor. I think so too. I'll tell you this much: wouldn't that be so cool if good Lawgic versus Merchan?
It would be cool. Not that I think really that they'll have good law, because I think that they'll have very law. But it would be cool to be talking to someone who's involved for some major First Amendment precedent.
Yeah, that'd be
another major First Amendment precedent was the Westboro Baptist Church. So I don't know how awesome it is to be associated with people who make First Amendment precedent. And some of the earliest First Amendment precedents are like communists, Vietnam protesters, all that stuff. So
fair enough.
Your fair share of lefties in there.
Fair enough. I'll go down forever as being aligned with Trump's interests.
Real quick,
Mr. MAGA.
A couple things I want to say. First of all, thank you for having me on the show. I think that when we're one-on-one, we behave very differently than like when we were on Destiny's show together, and I'm a little bit more aggressive because there's multiple people. And so I do want to say that if you took any offense by me kind of being an asshole in that setting, I like you a lot, and I don't think that you're like necessarily a bad dude or anything. And if I'm aggressive on like a panel or on Twitter, it's not because I don't take things that personally. And I know I can come across as a bit of a douche.
I'll tell you this much: the reason I haven't had you back is because my audience hates you.
No, I know that. Yeah.
No, I'm not like they literally get mad at me for having you on.
Yeah.
And it's like I know I'm not gonna make any money because when you're here, I don't get super chats. So it's like I'm not making money, and I'm just pissing people off and not making money. So it's like,
we'll
so
give
what's
them
the point?
Yeah. But first of all, I think that you do get super chats because when we were debating the other time, I think we were reading them off for like minutes and minutes and minutes. They're talking about like dictators in Peru and how I'm the dumbass, or how I think they asked if I was.
I'm saying you've been here 20 minutes and I've gotten $7 in super chats since you got here.
Sorry.
So that's not. But I don't blame you. I'm just saying that when I have a guest on in general, when I have a guest on in general, super chats get dampened. I know that's going to happen because a large part of my engagement in general,
they want you to read it.
Well, they also want, if I'm talking to them and I'm having conversation with them, it's much more. What I was doing at the beginning of the show is, I know when I was doing that, this is not a show that's going to make money on super chats, because I've doing this long enough now that I know which type of show is much more likely versus much less likely. When I'm going on and on for an hour explaining a concept, I'm really talking at the audience rather than with them.
With them, yeah.
And when I'm talking with them, it's got to be one-on-one, not with a guest. So it's not even you. It could be Branka here, who they love, or it could be anyone who they enjoy seeing me riff with.
Sure.
And unless they have a joke, and there's a joke thing going on that they can get involved in, by and large, that's just the reality, is that they're not going to feel engaged.
Well, that's good that
I'm
it's
talking to you.
Yeah. So, well, I think it's personal another way, but maybe not the money aspect.
Yeah, but then with them, at least they're like, oh, I love watching you talk to that guy, so have him back, as opposed to you, which is like, he's an a-hole. Why do you ever talk to him? Yeah.
No, listen, we can get into it so you can own me in the marketplace of ideas for the next whatever amount of time you have left. I know that it's pretty late, but before we go there, and I do want to get to the actual conviction of the first conviction of former president. I know you have a lot of thoughts about it. Real quick on the gag order, I was wondering the following scenario. Let's say that in response to the Rakita indictment, you had like the real culprit was some Kiwi Farms leader or something, and all of a sudden, like of whatever's going on, it's all a setup. Let's just assume, right? As a point.
I don't think it's a setup.
I understand.
No. I think he had coke in his house. I think that he needs to.
I'm not trying to get into it, Joe. I'm just trying to get to the.
I'm just saying.
Order.
I'm saying is, if you ask me, not because of anything he's ever said to me, I'm just saying, when you find that mountain of coke in his house, he's probably broken the law. It's hard to understand where he hasn't. So I think I'm not assuming it was planted.
The one thought I'll put on this is, I think anyone who's questioning the sufficiency of that warrant is self-discrediting. And if that's you, that's you.
No, I actually said that to me. I said, I don't see any holes in it. I said, is it possible we'll learn some facts down the road?
Yeah, it's possible.
Which discredit this warrant? Yeah. But based on what we see here facially, to me, this warrant
more than enough. Yeah.
This warrant looks like pretty solid. And even if it's not solid, if you look at Minnesota law, to overturn an issued warrant, I was like, this will never be overturned.
Yeah.
So I was like, look, do you raise it up? Do you raise it up in your application and bring a motion to try and knock it out? Of course you do. Why not? You throw it up, you throw anything against the wall. But to actually say this is our defense, oh hell no! I hope not. I hope that's not what you're relying on. My God, that's a terrible way to go. On that.
Yeah, no. But anyway, not to get too deep in the facts there, but I just had a question. Let's say that it was all illegal setup, and really it was some Kiwi farmer who set the whole thing up, and the Kiwi farmer is like, I don't know, some mastermind of Kiwi farms, and he, when he's in indictment, he has these statements to the press. He just like Trump does, goes out to the press box and says something like, well, this is interesting. This witness said this other thing. Let's be interesting. I don't know about that person, but someone should make sure that everything's kosher with that person. And then in response, it's not a specific thing with any specific person, but there's kind of like an implicit understanding that the Kiwi farmers, in response to those kind of signals, start to go into those other people. What would you say to someone who's like, well, similar to the Trump situation? Okay, there is no, it's not a John Gotti situation where there's
Right.
actual mafia ties, but this is
Right.
a community that they know what's going on, and they know what's
Right.
and these could actually affect witnesses if they're like, I don't know if I want to testify if I know that this group of investigators is going to go after them. So what do you think about that, and how would you fit that in your conception of the gag order structure?
I think Rekieta himself would say it's free speech.
So you'd be like, let him do it. That's what I think. Like, I think there are other concerns coming.
I think Rekieta himself. In fact, I've seen him. Look, long before this happened, he was attacked by the farms left and right, and I'm sure he had a lot of issues with Josh Moon or other people associated with this whole thing. But he was fairly consistent in saying, with everything terrible, with everything terrible that he feels, what a terrible place that he might think Kiwi Farms is, he still thinks that everything that's happening there is free speech.
Yeah, that's part of the assumption, I think, is that their kind of things are free speech. So assume that everything's free speech there. Now add the thing of the trial, and now add the indicted person is soliciting in through this cute little way of, this witness, interesting. Like, you would say, same rule applies, same as Trump, free speech. Okay, that's interesting. That's good to know. So it really, the John Gotti situations are more for formal structures of authority where there is like pre-existing agent relationships kind of deal, or at least a structure that's answerable in like some kind of hierarchy.
It's a good way of phrasing it, the agent relationship. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that's the only way we can make sure that we're really protecting free speech.
I'll look at your papers and see if I'm convinced. I'm open to it. I think when the ACLU is on one side of the issue and Trump's on the other, I think that you should, especially if you're a left-wing person, you should definitely consider the arguments and not just throw out.
You say when ACLU is siding with Trump.
When the ACLU is siding with Trump, which it has like multiple times before in the past, it's an indicator that not everything Trump says or argues in court is by itself necessarily.
Well, that was the last thing I want to tell you on this gag thing is that I felt like his lawyers wrote papers that Trump wants him to write instead of the right papers.
Yeah.
Meaning that his whole basis of argument is, I'm the president, I have to engage in political speech and whatever. And I'm like, and political speech is the most protected speech. And because it's the most protected speech, I have to be allowed to do this. And especially given the circumstances of where I'm at, where I'm the presumptive nominee. It's like, no. That's a crap way of arguing.
Because you're just asking for them to be like, everyone's equal under the law. Presidents are not kings. So you're just.
It's a stupid way to approach it, and it's also, you probably recognize that while political speech is considered, what we're supposed to try to protect most, it's most protected. Okay, that's fine. You start getting into the whole subjective test. Is it really political? Is it not political? That's the first problem. And B, even if they say it is political, so what does more mean? In this context, there's no quantifiable way of saying, there's no way it's been quantified that it's more
really
protected.
Agree with you there.
So
what?
So that's why I'm like, why would you do that rather than just saying I'm an American? And if we look at constitutional precedents, American criminal defendants cannot be gagged. It's such a more powerful. And I wish sometimes, I'm not going to kid you. When I talk about Trump and how I think his policies are great, I think he does do way too much of the me rather than Americans. And I actually think that a real MAGA perspective is much more Americans, much more than Trump. No, what I'm saying is that whole American values, and you see what I'm saying? In other words, it's not about this one man. It is, we have to focus on how each of us are treated with our individual liberties and our freedoms to make choices as adults for ourselves and have equal opportunities, irrespective of race, color, gender, all that other stuff, to make fair choices for ourselves and be treated equally and not punished just because you're not a minority, the same way you're not punished because you are a minority, and that there should be that same equal opportunity. And these are things that it's just like, instead of being Trump, and it's like, everything is about like, Trump with a capital T and a gold letter. It's like, make it about like freaking like, this is what American values are. And I think that would resonate more effectively. And I think in this setting, he's got so much case law on his side. The very cases that Mershon cites really say the exact opposite of how he reads them. It's kind of crazy. My lawyer, I didn't write this in my papers. My lawyer, who came on to represent my company, Good Lawgic, I'm pro se. He's representing my company. He's the one who came up with the right term. He's like, he took these cases and Frankenstein them. Like, he basically made them say the exact opposite and resurrected them. They're all saying, don't ever issue a gag. Don't ever infringe on First Amendment rights. and sometimes we have to consider these different possibilities, and they'll take out that sentence of sometimes we have to, and like that's where we're going. It's
I'll read your papers.
You'll see. I think you'll like them.
I will. I'll take a look. I will say on your strategy kind of thing there. I do think that the argument kind of swallows itself in terms of the Trump me, because I would argue that anything Trump does at this point seems innately political just by virtue of Trump doing it, right? Like if Trump were to eat a hot dog or go to an ice cream store, it would be political automatically because people would make it so. And so I don't know how much extra oomph he's getting from stressing the politicalness of it. If it wasn't political, Trump would make it political, and so, or the media would make it political because Trump's in it. So I agree with you that like there have been litigation decisions that Trump has made based on non-legal factors that have been to his detriment, which I think brings us to the criminal case against him and his convictions.
Before we get in on that, a few people have questions for you.
Yeah,
and for me. So let's just do that. Will someone ask me? Can I elaborate on the judicial system chooses who to prosecute? Sure, prosecutors have carte blanche on deciding who they want to pick to go after.
Yeah,
and they can pick based on who the defendant is. They can pick on who the evidence is, where the evidence leads them. And we'd like to think that they're going based on where the evidence leads them. But at the end of the day, they know who they're prosecuting and who they're not prosecuting. And a lot of people have concerns that they're motivated by politics and saying, I'm not going to go after this guy, I will go after this guy. And that is a gross abuse. That even if they see much worse conduct by one person, like, I'm not going to go, I'm just not charging them. And that they just don't bother with it.
Which you're not supposed to do. There is even though it's hard to prove, and Hunter Biden tried this, and I know that Donald Trump has tried it. The selective prosecution is a cognizable thing to dismiss charges on.
Impossible to ever prove. Though.
Yeah, it's really hard to prove.
Can't respect enough. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. This isn't helping the road to
100,000 subs.
I walked in tonight at 98,250, so I'm getting closer and closer.
Bring them to 100.
Yeah. Allegan asks me to ask you, what does Pisco say? A New York election law does not cover federal election per 17-100.
It explicitly the general provision explicitly does. Let me pull up actually
because you look at 17-100, it does refer to public office as being it defines what a public officer is. It doesn't say public office, but there's a definition 17-100 for a public office, and it definitely seems to be limited to state office rather than federal.
Yeah, I believe I read the order where they were deciding on the different theories. This is I think a February order. I'll pull it up for you, but here, let's see, or I'll read from it. Defendant next argues, this is from the court's decision, that New York
election, or the first dependent?
This is Merchan, yeah. Okay. New York election law section 17-152 is limited to elections for state and local offices and cannot be used to address alleged wrongdoing related to federal elections. Cites all the language. The people contend that the plain language of New York election law section 102, so that's like an earlier kind of general provision, applies not only to state and local elections, but to federal elections as well. And so this is his argument about why the defense fails. Defendant's argument. Go ahead, sorry.
What does he cite? Just so I want to pull it up.
So this is New York election law 1-102. Okay. Defendant's argument that New York election law 17-152 is not an objective offense under. Sorry, my bad. Read the wrong part. New York election law section 1-102, titled "Applicability of Chapter," explicitly states, "quote This chapter shall govern the conduct of all." This chapter, right? All the chapter shall govern the conduct of all elections at which voters of the state of New York may cast a ballot for the purpose of electing an individual to any party position or nominating or electing any individual to any federal, state, county, city, town, or village office. It is clear from the text of section 1-102 that the New York election law applies to ballots cast for any election, including federal. That's the.
It's an interesting, and I'll pull it up here so my audience can see what they're saying. It definitely references federal election there. To be fair, that's not. I didn't want to do that. I want to do this. So, and if you look at this, it says this chapter, which this is 1-102. In the way the code is set up, is it obviously goes numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, all different chapters, and then it says, and this section comes up under New York election law 17, but it's all part of the same embodiment. And frequently they will give definitions in number 1 and then move forward through the rest of the statutes, so that this should not be quickly dismissed just because this is one and he's charged on the New York election law 17-102, 17-152. So, and that section 17-100 does seem to limit it. But over here it says this chapter shall govern the conduct of all elections which voters of the state of New York may cast a ballot purpose of electing an individual to any party position or nominating or electing an individual to any federal, state, county, etc. So we see that it definitely does apply in some contexts, certainly to federal law. What this super chat was asking about is that when we're looking specifically at New York election law 17 so we'll see here that when it has definitions and it says the term public officers using the article should be deemed to apply any person who holds an elective or appointed office of the state, separate authority of any political subdivision of the state, with authority to supervise other personnel within subject. So it does sound like it's more of a state office rather than a federal office. So that's that. And since this is section 17, which is defining, and now if we look at 17-152, which is what he was convicted of trying to conceal. So we look at 152. They talk about a person to public office over here. So promote any 2 or more persons required to promote someone to an election, a person to any public office. So it sounds like that would be a state office based on 17-100.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. This is going to be a matter. I think this is one of the thorny issues for appeal. I'm not here to represent that the New York Court of Appeals is definitely going to affirm the conviction. And by the way, if the New York Court of Appeals says that this is only for state office, then I'm fairly certain the entire prosecution just goes down the toilet, because the entire prosecution and the conviction is premised on this statute being the kind of triggering statute. And so I agree. I think that there's a potential ramification here related to this, whether the general one applies or the more specific one applies, and the definition of public office includes federal. I don't know the arguments about that well. I'm just letting you know that that's what the judge said.
Right. No, and I appreciate that. And it's an interesting thing, because when a subdivision sort of redefines things, it does it makes you think that for this purposes of this section, the general definitions do not apply. So it seems like this section, here's why we're giving definitions for this section, tell you that this is what's dictating for this whole subset that we're covering. So in that sense, I can understand the argument being made. I think that it's probably not the first time this has come up, you would think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe
I don't think this law has been used a lot.
Yeah, maybe not.
17-152. And so that'll be an interesting one to look at.
Yeah, let me run through a couple more of these real quick here. No, Joe, it is. Here you go. Now you have 17. Thank you, Debbie. You're too kind. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, Linda.
Birthday.
That's awesome. Linda's probably one of your biggest fan here. She's my
awesome.
She's my I'm not saying that because of anything I know she thinks about you, but because she's my resident lefty who hangs out here.
Very cool.
Printer God says the government should not be able to take away citizens' rights just because the exercise of those rights makes a conviction harder to obtain. You agree with the Sixth Circuit. Sixth Circuit said what you said, Printer God. Kimmy Joe says, Pisco, no, it's not hard to prove. Just look at the Clinton Trump. Under Bragg's own logic, Hillary should be prosecuted.
Don't agree with that.
Okay, well, what do you think about this? What about the fact that Congress has that slush fund?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. So a couple things, I guess, to that. Number one, I think that you'd have to prove a connection to a particular candidate. I know there are carve-outs for certain types of expenditures in the federal election law. I haven't looked into that situation very in depth, so I'm happy to take a look and to see whether there's a potential argument.
It's the OOC. The OOC is the agency that's been paying out that money, and if in fact that's considered a contribution to an election, should that not have to be reported?
Is that like an office of the government of the United States? Is
Yeah.
it like, so there's a carve out in the rules, I believe, for the federal government. So if
Really?
well,
Well,
I think
that's a good answer. That would
yeah.
actually be a really good answer. If you tell me there's a specific carve out, because I'm not familiar with federal election law.
Let me pull this up.
But
So
that carve out would be a really strong answer to this question.
So the term expenditure does not include let's see, federal government. The term person does not include the federal government or any authority of the federal government. And I think person is, any purchase, payment, distribution, or anything of value made by any person. And so if the term person does not include the federal government,
so that would be why they don't have to report it.
That might be, I don't pretend to be an expert.
That makes I'll tell you something. That's a fair, based on the limited knowledge we both seem to have on this area. That's a very important. That could be a critical distinction. It's a fair and critical distinction. However, states have been precluded from controlling any federal election finance.
There's a difference between states have never directly had a criminal suit involving a violation of federal election finance, between that and the question about whether or not they're precluded from doing it. States there are other times, I don't have the case law available right now, so don't ask me for it, where states have mapped certain offenses to federal standards or incorporated federal standards into their definitions of state crimes. Sometimes they've been upheld and sometimes they haven't. The place where they haven't, just so you guys know, has been in immigration, in the Arizona case, the U.S. versus Arizona case or whatever, and which is what Texas is trying to do right now. If all of these who are saying that states can never enforce federal law, remember what you're talking about. If you're in support of what Texas is doing, Texas is saying that we are going to criminalize make our own statutes and make our own systems to deal with violations of federal immigration law. And so if you're against generally ever states having the authority to enforce federal law, then you should be against what Texas is doing with respect to the border and immigration. So just be careful how far you're wanting to stretch this. States can never do anything federal. I agree, when the federal government preempts validly, let's say it's a valid law, preempts state law, that would be the case. But for the federal election law component, they have made huge carve-outs in terms of preemptions to give states, as Joe I think has acknowledged in the past, a lot of latitude to run their elections.
So here's, I have acknowledged that. But I want to ask you this thought, okay? Because this is, and I think you're raising an interesting question with respect to primacy or supremacy of federal law over state law and those issues. There's obviously, and you're well aware of the fact that the knowledge of the law is imputed to all of us, an assumption that we all know the law. But there is a certain reality as far as an individual being able to function within accordance of countless state laws at the same time. Like one of the issues that we have when we're talking about the 14th Amendment issues, or in Section 3 thereof, or other issue, or this, I think at some point we might have been arguing about the Georgia indictment.
Yeah, that one's
and the concept, that one's been.
Can I just put a little pin there and say, I think that people who are coping about the Fannie Willis situation, when they're like, there's no ethical, there are ethical issues there for sure. And her conduct in the proceedings, I think, was embarrassing. And so, I've acknowledged that publicly. So that's a mess. And they have let their own ethical problems and misconduct absolutely scuttle their investigation, which at the start of it, everyone was like, oh my God, the Georgia, look at this. Now it's a mess. And people think it's a joke.
So my question to you is this: let's put Georgia aside. I want to ask you 15 years from now. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we don't know if we're talking about Republicans or Democrats.
15 years from now.
Yeah, 15. Imagine 15 years from now, just some random state X starts going after the president or a former president for something that president did. Mm-hmm. Do you think that that's a good way to run a healthy republic? That for states to start holding this individual president accountable for their actions with respect to their particular state, or that should be exclusively the domain of federal government?
With respect to any misconduct from a former office holder of the president?
Yeah.
I think that it's important that states enforce their laws, even against powerful, rich, important people. And so I absolutely think if there are valid cases in state law to bring against Joe Biden, to bring against Barack Obama, they should bring them. If there was a valid state law that applied to the president, there was misconduct that broke the law, why shouldn't it apply to those of us who are in the highest positions of authority, provided, of course, that the law isn't like preempted by federal law or the Constitution, which obviously applies here. There's actually a chance that the Supreme Court will hear this case eventually on the issue of the federal election, whether it's okay to do this, and they might say that the FECA preempts this prosecution. So, and if that happened, I would accept that ruling, even though I might disagree with it.
So you think it's a healthy thing for our public? Because I'll tell you right now, I actually disagree with you on this. With respect to Obama, okay, we'll use him
because you think he's a huge criminal.
And I'll tell you this much: like that bombing where he ends up killing those Americans, right?
Yeah.
So
I think that was legal to do.
Okay, well let's just whether it's legal or illegal. Okay, let's assume for a moment that those people come from Missouri, that their state of domicile is Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Bailey comes up here now and says, I'm going to prosecute Obama for the murder of these Missouri residents.
Mm-hmm.
You think he should be able to hold the president accountable for his actions that he engaged in with respect to handling? Or let's say that from those 13 people
in Missouri, I would say yes.
No, but they're Missouri residents. Let's say the 13 Americans who were killed in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Do you think that the individual AGs should, from different states where these people are from, should be able to say, hey, your incompetence was criminal negligence with respect to how you bungled that operation, and now we want to see Biden held criminally responsible for his negligence in the evacuation of Afghanistan, because it led to the death of our resident there who's serving in Afghanistan.
So make sure I'm answering the question. I do think that if those states have jurisdiction over alleged crimes committed by former presidents, I think absolutely they should have the right. Now, should they, with a political lens, go to court, like try to target someone on purpose for political reasons, which, to be fair, a lot of people are arguing that that's what the Bragg case is. I don't think that should ever be the motivation. I don't agree that that's what the motivation for the Bragg case was, if you look at the start of that investigation. But to be 1,000 trillion% clear on those examples that you are citing, I think that there would be issues of jurisdiction. And I do think that there are some domains of incompatibility, or you could say immunity, with respect to certain types of actions that the president will take, provided that it's preempted by federal law or it's in accordance with federal law. I'm not one of these people that say any action by the president or any action by the executive is necessarily liable for any state to regulate. That would be incompatible with our Constitution and our way of government. All I'm saying is, if federal law doesn't authorize what the president is doing, then of course he should be liable potentially to state government. Suppose that, like, President Obama went into Missouri and shot someone point blank without any justification whatsoever. Wouldn't we say that, of course, that president, I know that this has never happened,
right?
You would be in favor, I think, of a prosecution from Missouri where the crime happened, where there's absolute jurisdiction and where there is no like official act nexus, and it was just a pure bushwhacking, a killing for no good purpose in Missouri. I think we'd all agree that that should be prosecuted in Missouri. The question is going to be what you think the official acts are and whether or not they're covered.
Okay, so and that obviously the Supreme Court is going to weigh in later this month.
They will, maybe even tomorrow or the next day.
Usually they say the juiciest ones for the end of the month, right?
I'm just saying it might be tomorrow, might be Tuesday.
Yeah, could be, but I'm sure Trump is hoping it's like at the end of the month because it just makes it that much harder.
I'm sure he's hoping that, yeah.
Yeah, but to me, if you ask me, I don't think that state should. I think that, look, if it's something that clearly has no relationship to his presidential duties whatsoever, like, just walking up there, he's trying to score some coke and he ends up shooting a dealer in the face, right? So I don't think so. That I would say, okay, you want the state to come after him for that, that's fine. He's in the state of Missouri. And Andrew Bailey wants to go after him. I'm like, okay, that's fine. With respect to anything that he's doing in any way, shape, or form in the orbit of his presidency, it's literally impossible to run any sort of policy saying I have to basically be cognizant of the laws of all 50 states. That doesn't make any sense. To me, that's an irrational.
With respect to official acts,
yardstick to hold.
I hear
someone
you.
to.
If what the president is doing is authorized under federal law, either implicitly by the office he holds or by federal law, that's all kosher. The question is, one, does the president need to follow federal law, and could he be liable criminally for breaking federal law? That's the DC Circuit case. That's before,
okay, fine.
Right.
But now we're talking about Georgia coming after him. That's my point. Now it's not, and that's why I'm like, okay, look, federal law, you have a whole thing here, but now we're talking about the state of Georgia coming after. I'm like that. To me, that's
what
crazy.
The state of Georgia is saying is that none of those activities that they're alleging, and this will also be potentially reviewable by the Supreme Court.
I agree with you that the immunity question will affect Georgia. I agree with you that it certainly will.
But what they're talking about has to do with like whether or not those acts are within this orbit, whatever you want to say, whether they are part of his official duties or whether they're in compliance with federal law or authorized by federal law. Now, I will posit to you that I think that his efforts with respect to ordering the Department of Justice just to like investigate the election, maybe you call that, right? But if you're talking about like him calling Brad Raffensperger, if you're talking about him allegedly colluding, conspiring with people to do the false slate of electors, I think that sounds very different than oversight of the DOJ, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, I don't want to get into.
Anyway, we should get to the.
Yeah, we're really falling far afield. Let me cover this. Larger super chat real fast, and then we're going to get into your direct things here. So Don Ford says the presidency is a federal office. The only election that he could affect is a federal election, and offenses against the United States eligible for pardon. That's how the Constitution reads. It is mute federal laws.
I think this is a reference maybe to our previous discussion about the New York state law, where it's the different offices. Maybe that's what it's referencing. Now I think that it's actually, I'm a bit of a formalist after the whole Anderson thing and the disqualification cases. I think that these are elections for presidential electors, and that they're state-run elections as the Constitution says they're allowed to. But the way that states have defined them as federal offices, it's more relevant, I think, what the state defines as federal office, state office versus what the Constitution necessarily says. I think the Constitution is informed. It informs all these laws for sure, but a state could, if it wanted to, define a federal office to include Congress people who we know are usually not considered officers of the United States, right? And so
I have a hard time allowing states the latitude to just use nomenclature to refer to a federal presidential elector as a state office.
I listen, I'm just saying that I think a state has a right to define their terms however they want, and for the purposes of, I think that like if the state wants to say a federal officer for purposes, we're defining federal officer to mean this for this state law, and it includes like an immigration officer, or it includes an IRS tax person. Let's say that there's a crime called assault on a federal officer, and it includes some like clear employee who wouldn't be considered an officer under the Constitution. Yeah, right.
Postal worker.
Right. So like that's a kind of a better example. What I'm getting at is I understand the constitutional point that these offices mean something significant in the constitutional lens, but I think the focus here should be on what New York state law says. And that's why I think the New York Court of Appeals is going to be the last word on the particular issue that Joe identified, as opposed to the Supreme Court, who I think will be the last word on like the kind of preclusion questions about whether to incorporate federal election law, that kind of thing. So there'll be multiple areas where the Supreme Court's not going to be able to weigh in, and some where they might be.
All right, let's get to your issues with my analysis of this.
Well, number one, I want to say thank you because I think that you agreed with me on my discussion with Rob Noor,
I recognize that the jury charges come out before he had a chance to speak. It's not it's not a fair assessment to say that they didn't know what the state was going to say and that they had no chance to rebut them afterwards. It's not like they came out at the end. They're like, "Aha! You see, look
at this law no one knows about.
Look at this one. We got him on prostitution." You're like, "What?"
That's kind of. You can still disagree with the Bragg prosecution for a huge number of reasons. Like Joe does. Joe does not like on every possible ground that you can think of. I think Joe will attack this prosecution and these convictions. You could say that it's that you don't agree with the kind of menu approach where they can pick one of three and they don't have to specify, without saying something like, which I think is obviously absurd, that the defense did not have fair notice of what the theories were. Now you could say that,
But the
like,
question, I will ask you
yeah,
this, because someone did point this out. And I think it was Kimmy who raised this point, where
Jimmy
she's like,
Joe, I see her
where
in the chat a
where
lot.
she was like, you have to know what the charges are before the defense rests, so they can put in witnesses to that might help.
They
You
knew.
can't, so it can't be just by the jury charges. My point was this. My point was that don't tell me that when they got up there to make closing arguments, they didn't know what the state was going to say, because they had haggled over jury charges. But the haggling over jury charges did come after the defense
The witness
rested.
stuff. But let me offer you another look into this. So you could raise it and say, well, you're saying that it came before closings, but like, doesn't the notice factor into who you're going to call as a witness and who you're? I hear that argument, but here's the truth, right? The judge in February 2024, months before the trial, had limited them to 3 theories. And they said, these are the theories that they're going to be able to pursue. And this theory, we don't think there's enough supporting, so we're going to nix this out. You can look at it. I think it's February in the 20s or something. There was a memorandum and order by the court that said, these are going to be the theories that they're going to go on.
So I was unaware of that. unaware of that.
Yeah,
So if the judge said that this is this is what the umbrella is going to cover. So in that case, yeah, I agree with you that they had notice beforehand.
And I think the other thing is the proof is in the pudding. Look at the behavior of the defense. The defense was trying to call federal election experts for certain things, which I think was improper, and I think the judge correctly ruled on that. The defense. You can criticize some of their lawyering, but they were not like incompetent. They knew what they were asking. They were undermining the theory.
I think defense. I think
they were.
You're
right. So they asked. There was a couple of moments in the Cohen testimony where they were like effectively undermining the campaign purpose behind it, right? And so that the fact that they're asking questions on cross examinations that are like undermining the defense's theories, that should demonstrate to you categorically that they worked on these things for weeks and months. Everyone knew the theories and the defense was prepared. You can't say they weren't prepared. You can take issue or nitpick or Monday morning quarterback all you want, but at the end of the day, they were ready for trial and they had prepared for it and they did all kinds of motions. And so I just don't really take seriously the idea that they didn't have notice.
This. You're on really weak footing. When you're saying, I don't think this was Bragg engaging in selective prosecution. When one, particularly when one of the unlawful means of winning the election in 17152 is paying too much taxes.
I don't think that's a bad. What's wrong about that? I mean, there's money laundering cases when that's true, right? Like,
really?
Yeah.
When has anyone been convicted of paying too much taxes?
So if you were to pretend to be making more money than you are, let's say, and that these are like legitimate. Let's say that you run like, I don't know, an arcade. You ever watch Breaking Bad?
I did, yes.
As a result of their illegal conduct,
they had the car wash that they had to try and wash the money.
And they're washing the money. So I can very much see in a kind of money laundering-esque way that if you are materially misrepresenting your income, either and Trump knows this, right? Like if you were to pay more taxes for the purposes of, I don't know, appearing to be wealthier than you are to get some loans, or you ever see Catch Me If You Can? That you can think of those situations where an overrepresentation of income that leads to higher amounts of taxes is something that the government's going to want to prevent. They want accurate records, and so I don't really take seriously the kind of, oh, you pay too much taxes. It's like, yeah, we don't. Now, if it's an accident, that's one thing, or if it's like a genuine mistake, or that's one. But if it's a intentional, malicious thing where like we know that this isn't what we're saying it is, and we're either like, not withholding the correct amount for payroll taxes, or structuring this payment or defining it as something we know to be false, of course that should be a crime. It shouldn't be allowed, just because the way you pay more for taxes genuinely is, I think there's an entry somewhere in your forms where like, do you want to donate to the American government? And you can do that if you want, but it's not through lying.
Okay, so at what moment did he engage in unlawful means?
They didn't have to prove that he did engage in unlawful means.
Now that'd be some unlawful means.
They needed to prove that he intended to commit or conceal unlawful.
No, I respectfully disagree with you. You're right that New York Penal Code 17510 says he has to be concealing a crime.
Intending or concealing.
And that's it's to commit or conceal the commission of a crime.
But it's about their mental state. It's about what they're thinking at the time.
Okay,
It doesn't necessarily have to do with the completed
okay,
act.
but what's the crime? And you agree with me that the key crime is that New York 17-152. That's what he's trying to conceal. So all 34
intending
payments,
or concealing, yes.
All 34 payments were designed to conceal his violation of 17-152.
Or intending, yes. So intending or concealing the 17-1, whatever, the New York election law. Correct.
Right. Okay. So fine. So he's intending to conceal his violation of 17-1.
Intend to commit or conceal. They're separate. But yes, I agree generally that it's the concealing aspect to it is going to make more intuitive sense to people.
He makes this writing, he falsifies this writing for the purposes of concealing that he committed 17-152.
It could also be that there is no completed underlying offense to the underlying crimes. That's how I understand it. That the element does not require proving the commission of any of these underlying means, just that you intend them or you're trying to conceal them. But
conceal what? This is what you're not making sense. This is what's not making sense. What you're saying.
I'm just trying to make a technical legal point that,
and I don't know what that technical point is.
So the technical point is, I don't think as one of the underlying elements of the case, you need to show beyond a reasonable doubt the actual commission of the underlying unlawful means, just an intent to conceal them. So let's say that you are intending to conceal some kind of methods, but really they're not unlawful, but you had this kind of bad motive, bad purpose. I think that would also be covered by the statute. In this point, I think that there were completed offenses, so we can just move on with the.
Then let's move on, because I think your read on the law there is very true.
Okay. I mean, I'm just following what the judge had said, that you don't need to show beyond a reasonable doubt of the underlying crimes.
Okay, so 17. So what? So let's can we come to the same page that there has to be a violation of 17-152?
No. We cannot come to this. We cannot come to the conclusion that there had to be a violation of 17-152.
So to this day, he's never violated 17-152.
I'm not saying he hasn't, but I'm telling you that the law does not require.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Now, I think he has, because I believe that there absolutely were completed crimes and beyond a reasonable doubt. And I can tell you
I'm pulling up New York Penal Code 175.10. We're going to start there. Okay. New York Penal Code 175.10. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not going to catch it.
Okay. So here I'll.
A person is guilty of falsifying business records in the first degree when he commits the crime of falsifying business records. So so we're assuming that these records are false in the second degree, and when his intent to defraud includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission of another crime.
Yeah, so I put in the chat something that'll be helpful for you. It's the court's February order that I'm referencing. It's a PDF. It's from
put it on the private chat.
Oh, in our
private chat. So I'll click it open.
Yeah, I'll do that for you real quick. Where the fuck are our DMs? Let's see. Oh, there we go. So this will be helpful. If you go to page.
I don't see it yet.
Oh, I've just sent it via Twitter.
Oh, no, I'm in private chat over here.
Right
here. Newbie.
There you go. So if you go to page 11 here, I might have said it really convoluted, but scroll down to where it says subsection. It says 2, and then it says, quote, other crime. The people's primary contention with defendant's argument is that the statute does not require that the, quote, other crime actually be committed. Rather, all that is required is that the defendant have the intent. That is, he acted with a conscious aim and objective to commit another crime. In Thompson, the defendant was convicted of falsifying business records in the first degree for making a false entry on a form. The court upheld the conviction, finding the prosecution did not have to establish the defendant committed or was convicted of the crime he intended to conceal. Mikumsky also held that evidence of intent to commit a crime is sufficient to satisfy the requirements of PL section 175.10, even if the defendant was not convicted of the other crime.
As is clear from the plain reading of this statute, it is not necessary for a defendant to be convicted of the quote other crime. It is his intent to commit those other crimes that carries the day. So that's
okay, but I want to be clear here. Okay, that doesn't mean so you need to have the mens rea to commit this other crime, though.
You need the criminal intent, the mens rea. Yeah.
The mens rea on this 17-152.
You need the mens rea to intend that or conceal it. Yes.
So there has to be mens rea on 17-152.
That is a correct statement, I believe. Yes.
Okay, so fine. So in that case, that's all I wanted.
Okay.
That he needs to have mens rea.
I was just being a jerk and being like super.
You were unnecessarily because all I was really wanted to focus on is that mens rea of 17-152.
Perfect. Then let's move to that.
17-152. Does he have the mens rea to do this? To conspire to promote to any two or more people. So I'm going to read this with actual names and I'll read this as if it's written specifically for this scenario.
Trump.
Yeah. Okay. So if Trump and Cohen conspire to promote the election of Trump to public office by unlawful means, and it's acted upon by one or more by Cohen alone, by one or even Cohen alone acts on. I'm going to read the most favorable way to the people.
I believe that what you just said was the most favorable. Yeah.
Right. That's my job. My goal here.
Being fair and balanced. I like it.
Right, and it's being acted upon by Cohen alone, then the parties thereto shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. So fine, let's assume. But now,
I'm going to ask the tough question there.
What's the tough question?
Good logic.
Ask me.
The tough question is: do you concede that this was a false business record, and that it would qualify, even if you think it would be ridiculous to charge, statute of limitations, all that stuff? Do you concede that this was a falsified business record? Put aside the other crime for a second.
What's this?
These series of entries in various
the 34 writings that he was
34 writings at issue, correct? Or at a minimum one.
No, let's slow down here.
Yeah,
because he's conspiring to win an election. So you have to tell me when is he conspiring to win this election? At what moment is that happening?
It happens before the election. I will, and I'll explain how that is. But before we get there, I just want to know, and you can say, I don't know, or I'm not sure, I don't want to say. I just want to know what your answers to is.
I will tell you, looking at the light most favorable to the people, which I'm willing to do, because I'm saying this should have been directed verdict. So I'm saying even in the light most favorable to the people. So looking at the light most favorable to the people, I would say yes, those are falsified writings.
Okay.
I don't personally believe that to be the case, but I'm saying looking at the light most favorable to them, which is how we have to look at this.
Okay, but I just want to, is your personal position that you don't believe beyond a reasonable doubt that they're falsified business records?
My personal position,
you might say that he's not guilty of the
my personal position is that it's retarded to believe that it is. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because I think it's retarded to believe that Mike Cohen worked for free in 2017. This is a guy, and that's what you have to assume is true. You have to assume that Michael Cohen, if you believe that all these payments that were made in 2017 were just some highfalutin way of repaying him the 130 plus 50 or whatever it is, and that it's 180 together, we're going to double that up so that you can take off taxes and still walk out with 180, and then give him 60 because we love him so much. And that happens to be the same 420 that he was making year after year after year for the previous 5 years. Just happens to be that number. Just happens to be that number. So you're telling me, so what you are telling me is that he worked for free in 2017. And I think that anyone who knows anything about Michael Cohen says that guy does not work for free for anything.
So you do not believe that these payments to Michael Cohen were a reimbursement for the Stormy Daniels?
No, I'm correct. I don't believe they were at all. I don't believe they were at all.
So you believe that Michael Cohen, so just like you said, how ridiculous it is to think that Michael Cohen worked for free in 2017. I have my thoughts on that. You think it's plausible Michael Cohen, out of the goodness of his heart, just gave $150,000 or $30,000 of his own money just because he loves his boss?
I think it's more likely than they work for free. I'll tell you, and I'll tell you, we know he loved his boss. We know he loved his boss, right?
If he loved his boss, why wouldn't he work for free?
Because he's making 420. No, because there's a difference between him. Why is he giving 130? Why is he giving 130? Because at that point in time, he thinks he's going to be freaking attorney general. This crackpot thinks he's going to be attorney general.
So
he's
then he doesn't.
And he's basically thinking to himself, if I give him $130,000, I'm going to become attorney general. That's what he's basically thinking at the time.
So you really think that these payments and the ledger notes where they're all like, okay, we'll double this, we'll do this. You think it's all like
the ledger notes said we'll double what? Where the ledger notes said
the Weisselberg notes where he's categorizing, he's literally doing the math on the equivalent of a napkin. I know it's an official document of the Trump organization, but he's writing out like 130 times 2, add the gross, the tax gross up. It's all on a piece of paper, and you think it's unconnected to the reimbursement?
I'll be frank with you. I did not see that. I'd like.
Oh my God! Wait.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, let me hang on. I'll provide those for you.
Purportedly, Weisselberg wrote that. Why didn't they bring Weisselberg in?
That's the question you're going to have to ask the Trump organization.
No, I'm saying why didn't what's his face bring him in?
Bragg, because he has too many problems. They don't need him.
Really? Because they were lying. Because they were so confident. They're so confident on Michael Cohen's testimony.
Well, there is, but I think Michael Cohen was needed to explain the parameters of the case.
After they saw Michael Cohen get BTFO'd, you're telling me they didn't think let's bring in Weisselberg here?
I think that Michael Cohen's bad moments on cross-examination don't outweigh the good moments on direct and the overall narrative, and a couple pieces where I think he is more critical to the people than Weisselberg ever.
Yeah, I think Michael Cohen could have gone up on that stand and on direct said, I worked for Donald Trump for 9 years, and every time he fell asleep, I raped him in his sleep. And he would, and says nothing else, and they'd be like, guilty, Trump's guilty. That's how I think that they looked at that jury. I think that would have led to a finding of guilt. But
here's the image I'm going to show to you. It's and you can
share it in the private chat.
Yeah, I'll share it in the private chat. Here you go, and you can show your whole. So this is notes from Jeffrey McConney when he was meeting with Alan Weisselberg.
They didn't bring Jeffrey McConney either. So who wrote this supposedly?
Jeffrey McConney.
Pay January 2020 bonus 50,000
times 2 for taxes.
No, I see that. I don't know who wrote this. I don't know what this means.
They authenticated it in court. Assume that it's real.
Mike Cohen 27 pay through January 2017. Bonus 50 times 2 for taxes. It's 2. I don't know what the hell.
Yeah, so bonus from the 130 to 180. That's the bonus.
Use 420. Use 420, 1.12, 35,000. We're monthly from DJT. Stat 35,000 a month, January 20.
That's exactly what the hell they did. I mean, come on, it's all there. They're the 130 payment from Stormy Daniels, add a bonus of 50, double it for taxes, and give them an extra bit on this. I mean, it's all there, and it's exactly what they did. I think it stretches and strains credulity to think that these weren't a reimbursements. Trump said it was a reimbursement.
Yeah, I saw that clip.
And also in a court filing. In a court filing, his own.
So you believe? So I just want to understand. You believe he worked for free in 2017?
No, I think that he stole money from Trump.
So you think he worked for $30,000 that he's got to steal?
No, he gets more out of this. He gets 50 plus the little extra bonus. He netted tens of thousands of dollars.
$50,000.
The thing is,
this is a guy who charged $1 million for 6 phone calls.
Services.
He charged $1 million for 6 phone calls.
He did not give legal services.
He did.
What were the legal services then?
You're right. Are they worth $420,000 that you or I could charge as attorneys? Definitely not.
No.
But what I'm saying is, his consultation on cross-examination.
Where's all the? Why did
on cross-examination he admitted that he did consultation for these other big companies where he was charging them $1 million just to be available. Just to be available.
Not legal services for Trump. He didn't do any legal services for Trump. Why didn't Trump come and say, "Yeah, he did this for me. He was on these meetings. He did these calls. He did."
Well, they did cover a handful of things that he did do.
Dude, come on, nothing worth this amount of money. That's crazy.
I understand. Listen. What I'm saying is, you know as well as I do, though, that people are on retainer all the time. and that they don't get used.
Yeah, but they were monthly payments where he
Yeah.
was not doing legal work to fill in the retainer. There was, I mean, what's the legal work he's doing?
Did you read the cross-examination of Cohen?
There were parts of it I did not read the full complete.
I did a live read of the
Okay.
entire thing.
All right, yeah.
Okay, I'm telling you that Todd Blanche got him to admit on cross-examination that in 2017 he was hired out as a personal consultant for this big company, that big company, this big company, that big company. Each one of them he was charging $400, $700, $1 million for. And he netted literally millions of dollars. He according to his own claim, like $4 million, where on each of them he didn't make more than 6 phone calls. Like the biggest one, the most work he did for any of them was 6 phone calls, because he basically said, you will have access to me to use me for whatever you need. And if you need me, fine. If you don't, then you don't. And that's what he did in 2017 for a whole bunch of people. So I think the idea that, and I'll tell you this much also, I think the idea that Donald Trump had this guy working for him for 9 years and then snubs him from any cabinet position or any sort of prestigious position, despite the fact that he was certainly angling for it, and snubs him and says, you know what, I'll give you your $400,000 next year and I'll cover you that way. To me, that's not remotely surprising at all. And the fact that he's charging all
he said that this $400,000 was a payment because I felt bad for him that I didn't give him a cabinet position. He's never.
No, he said he was my personal attorney. He says my personal attorney.
But he didn't do. But that's what I'm saying.
What's he going to say? Because I felt bad. That's what he's going to say. I felt bad for him. That's why I paid him.
Explain this. Why the 130 plus 50 bonus to 180?
You're showing me this here now. I'm telling you right now. I don't know what I will readily admit to you this. That this now at least I understand why people are saying what you're saying.
Yeah,
I want to look more into the introduction of this evidence.
You should, I encourage you to do that because to me it's overwhelming. This does
a lot to support the narrative that you're coming in here and saying. But I'll tell you right now, I'm still left confused as to why it is that he didn't charge anything for his services for the entire year. He literally charged nothing. You tell me the $50,000 bonus.
That's not what you're saying. You're saying is that this is what he charged for his legal services that amounted to him making additional money at other companies, leveraging the access to Trump. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Your whole explanation for why he was able to make those massive retainers or the massive transfers from the other companies, you're saying that it based itself on access to the president. That wouldn't be true for the president.
No, I didn't say access to
the president. I'm sorry.
I said access to Michael Cohen.
But that he was able to leverage the Trump brand for purposes of extracting these payments.
So I want to try and look at this. So I'm thinking through everything here to try and just really figure out what the hell happened. So I want to try and look at this from the state's position. So they'll say, look, he was willing to work for free just so that he could put down the name personal attorney for Donald Trump and use that in order to siphon money from other people. So basically he really wasn't working. I guess this is the strongest argument that you can make, is that he really was. They knew he wasn't going to be doing any work. They knew that he
wasn't actually doing any work.
I understand that, but he didn't do any work for any of these people. That's what I'm saying. The $4 million, he literally, you've never seen anyone who worked so little for $4 million in your life. I mean, literally, you should go through the transcripts and you'll see.
I hear you, but
company and that company.
You yourself gave an explanation for that.
He was getting paid $150,000 a month, and it was like, how many phone calls would you make in a month to them? And he's like 2. It's like 2 phone calls a month, and you're getting paid $150,000 a month, and it was like it makes Trump look like he got him dirt cheap for $420 for the year, like literally crazy dirt cheap.
So you're saying that he's paying these. Trump is paying these fees, $40,000 a month, whatever it is.
35, yeah.
Because he just wants Michael Cohen available so bad to do nothing.
Well, he had him for 9 years, and then it's like when you transition that now he's the president, he knows he doesn't need a personal attorney after he's there for a year. He's like, I really don't need this guy.
Why does Trump say in a sworn filing, or it wasn't a declaration, but it was from his lawyer, why does he take the position in court that this was a reimbursement in another matter? Why does
he actually say that?
Yeah. I mean, I can produce that to you. It's in a footnote that says it was a reimbursement. He obviously had the tweet where he said, yeah, this was a reimbursement for an NDA, and that's legal, but it had nothing to do with.
I know Nate, the lawyer, was making that claim, and then when we looked at it again, I was like, I don't understand how that reads that way. He showed
the lawyer was making another claim.
He was talking.
I was there in the chat.
Where do you see that? I was like, crazy. I don't even know how. Where is he saying that? Where is he saying what you say he's saying?
I have to both shout out and
talk shit about Nate the lawyer for a second?
Because I BTFO'd
One
on his
second.
argument
So
on Friday.
I was in the chat when that whole thing was happening. And I was like, props to
I'm going
Nate
to
the
share with my
lawyer.
audience. You know what? You're going to
Let me
indulge me.
explain it first. All right, let me explain it.
I'll
first.
let you explain it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was in the chat the whole time, obviously.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Obviously going against Joe's narrative, all that stuff. But I was like, Nate the lawyer is with all these conservative MAGA favoring or Trump supporting lawyers who are like all against this, and at the very least, Nate the lawyer is giving some pushback. Good for him for being brave, for cutting against the grain. You know, Joe's having this argument, and he's kind of doing his best. And then Nate the lawyer, this is my shit talk for a moment. You don't know that all these payments relate to Stormy Daniels, and you think that they're like for what 35 other women? How do you follow this case and not know that it's all about the same kind of payment? That blew my mind. And then he just conceded everything to Trump, to Joe. And he's like, Joe, you're completely right about everything. I'm so wrong. I've never been wronger. Joe's 100% right. First of all, this low. This
was like, oh, this is a lawyer's wet dream. I'm telling you,
crazy. He was like, he's so right. He's never been more right. I'm sorry I said this. I was wrong. I'm glad, Joe. Look at this. This was sickening.
This was so good. This was so good. He lied to the Trump campaign that he only gave 20. He claimed to the Trump. I'll go back a little bit here because I was getting aggravated even not presenting.
It will only get you a fine.
Nate,
so with the government,
you're a little pissed off right now.
In this case, would say, well, those payments to Cohen for Stormy Daniels wasn't just as the normal course of doing business. What it was for was to help Trump get elected as a campaign violation, and he should have reported it in the overall sense of the campaign. So that is what elevated to a felony, even though the Elections Commission, the Federal Election Commission, said it wasn't a violation. So the admission that he did reimburse Cohen for that
first of all,
payment to Stormy Daniels, and it wasn't just legal services, that is the falsifying business.
That's not what he says, though.
That's not
what he says.
He said he paid them back.
You pause it there. I want to say one thing.
Later.
Exactly.
What?
So he's not even right here that there was some determination from the FEC that this didn't violate it. There was a declination decision from the DOJ, and so he's already this is not something that he needs to bring up anyway if he's trying to make the opposite opinion. I just think that's just he's getting stuff wrong already.
After the fact, later, yes.
No,
even after the fact, later, that's still the violation of law. It's not.
It had already been. If it had already been paid and entered, and he finds out about it later, he didn't falsify anything at the time, and Michael Cohen's explanation doesn't make sense. If he finds out a year later, it's like, what the hell was that for? Oh, that went to Stormy. Oh, well, when we entered it in the book,
pure cope.
How's that a cope?
It's pure cope. So and here's where answering your initial question: when did the crime happen? The crime happened at the time Michael Cohen gave a loan to Donald Trump by paying Stormy Daniels that amount of money. A loan is a campaign expenditure. A loan is a thing of value under campaign expenditures, and when done in coordination with a candidate or a political committee, that would be considered a contribution. That is an illegal contribution over $2,000. Whatever you want to say, the values of the loan, it's way over $2,000.
You can. No,
a loan is worth more than $2,000. Wait, are you serious?
No. Here's the question I have for you.
Yeah.
What is the value of a loan? That's the question. Meaning, you're saying, so if you loan more than the $2,700, that now is a donation of the full $2,700? That's how you equate the value of a loan?
At a bare minimum, would you agree that the value of this loan was, at the very least, whatever it is Michael Cohen earned as a result of, assuming that it was a reimbursement? Assume that. You'd have to assume that. Assume that it was a reimbursement.
Assume what's not a reimbursement.
Assume that the monies paid to Michael Cohen in 2017 were a reimbursement for this loan in 2016, right?
Okay.
If you assume that,
which, by the way, for purposes of this argument, I have to assume that because I'm saying directed verdict. So I'm saying let's believe everything Michael Cohen said. Okay, so I'm with you. I'm like, that was a loan. Okay. So now,
assume that it was a loan. At a bare minimum, wouldn't you say the value of the loan is the additional monies that Michael Cohen was able to earn on the basis of the loan? So call that the $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, whatever you want to say the delta is between the actual payment. I think it's going to be more than that. And even if you want to, I guess, deduct the gross up for the taxes or whatever you want to say, it's over $2,000. And they knew it was that loan was more valuable.
My question is, how is it worth that when it's, according to you, according to you, what you're saying, he's going to get paid back double, right? I mean, it's going to cost me. So basically, according to Michael Cohen's own testimony, if we're believing everything the guy says, which I'm looking for directed verdicts. I'm like, okay, let's believe the state's witness and everything he said. So if that's true, so you're telling me the value of this loan, you tell what's it worth for me
More than
$2,000
$2,000
$100 from you, get $100 from you that I'm gonna have to pay you $200 for.
If
What's the value of that? What's the value of that? $100? You're gonna tell me that the value is $100?
Are you saying it's impossible to value loans? It's just a something that can't be done.
Was there even an effort made to put a valuation on it?
I actually
No.
I don't know in the course of the
nowhere in the procedures did they say, oh, and if you gave $150,000
I don't know that in the course of
for the course of a year, that's worth more than $7,200.
I can't point to a specific time where there was a discussion because I'll review to find this and then I'll come back to you. But anyone who thinks that the value of assuming it was a loan, that the value of that loan at that moment of Stormy Daniels was only $2,000 whatever dollars is smoking whatever Hunter Biden was smoking and whatever Nick Rakita was snorting. That's what they're going through right now. It's a moment of psychosis. It's not worth $2,000 is pennies. It's nothing. $2,000 covers the
$130,000 to Trump is pennies.
How much do you think it costs Cohen to like spend the time to make these LLCs and to coordinate and all the time you put in? You are absolutely.
You fell into my trap.
Wait, hang on a second. That's not the only.
Trap.
That's not the only.
Oh my gosh!
Hang on a second. That's not.
I'm gonna have to throw a rope down to you to pull you out.
God.
Oh, here's a rope, my friend. Here's a rope. I'm gonna bail you out.
You're the one. Wait. Good logic. Good logic.
Good
logic. There's no trap.
There's like a bear clamp on your leg. You don't even know it yet. You don't even know there's a bear leg. There's a bear clamp on your leg.
Let me finish my thought, and then you can.
You're gonna have to gnaw your own ankle off.
Oh my God, you're losing it. You're losing it.
Explain to you how you fell into my trap.
Let me finish my thought, and then you can explain the whole trap and how.
And then I'll snap. And then I'll snapshot your leg.
You're the one who's arguing that in 2015, Michael Cohen, his phone calls are worth so much money. He's like all these times worth a trillion amount of dollars. You know, he's getting millions of dollars making no phone calls. And so the value of his time, at a bare minimum, the value of his time, that he went in the negotiations that he had with the other side, you're going to value that at less than $2,000. Just the effort of putting through these papers, that is BS. You pay $2,000 to for an artist to make a graphic for you. That's just absurd. Anyone who thinks that loan was valued at something less than the campaign limit for individuals is out to sea. Anyway, you can go ahead. What's my trap?
It's too easy.
What's too easy?
It's too easy. No one's I don't think Michael Cohen would dispute the fact that he's on retainer in October and November of 2016. So I mean, he's on retainer getting $35,000 a month in that month. So I don't understand it. I don't understand any of that. My question is this: you need to establish his mens rea, Donald Trump's mens rea to crime of 17-152.
Yeah,
we're going to unlawfully win this election.
Yeah, he coordinated,
but he doesn't know anything about the HELOC loans.
He doesn't.
He doesn't know. But that's where
he knows the bottom line.
Bubala, listen to me. As far as he knows, Michael Cohen has $130,000 sitting in his bank account.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Really?
So at what point
what point does Donald Trump even know that there's a crime being committed?
When he is telling Michael Cohen, he's deputizing Michael Cohen to make a payment in the bottom line of the 130 or whatever it is they're asking. That payment, his knowledge of that payment is coordinating an expenditure, which under the election law is a contribution over the limit.
That's
whether or not he knows how Michael Cohen got the loans of credit, the extensions of credit.
If you're going to say that, then you need to establish that you need to establish how you value what a loan is worth. At the very least, you have to put in some sort of evidence as to what a loan is worth.
Okay, so I'm happy to look into what the prosecution.
I guarantee you're not going to find anything there that establishes what the loan is worth,
the value of it, or about what
because they just assume it's 130.
But hang on a second. It was worth more than the contribution limit. Anyone who's trying to argue that
what I'm saying is on what basis are you making this claim? That's my question. Because I don't know how you value what a donation of a loan is. I don't know how you value it. I don't know what methodology in law is employed to figure out, is this a loan that's too much or not?
I honestly can't believe you're doing this right now. I mean, are you
I
seriously?
want
Are you
you to tell
seriously
me.
contesting? We're just being real. We could talk about whether the prosecution was able to demonstrate that beyond a reasonable doubt. As I sit here right now, cannot point you to how they did that or whether it was just implicit in.
I don't think there was any effort made to do
Okay,
that.
I will look into that and get back to you on what
But here's the
offer of
thing:
proof was
you
regarding
talk about his steps that he took. Because one of the things that's brought up here, you explain to me how this is not a clear error of law. Okay, I want you to explain to me how this is not a clear error of law.
Yeah.
When a judge says to him, when a judge says to the jury, "I'm sending you out for false," that there are three different theories here as to how you can come up with this unlawful means. Right? He brings up all unlawful means here, and he says, "You might wonder what the heck is unlawful means. Let me explain to you what unlawful means under 17-152 can imply, because there's different theories here that the state wants you to believe." One of them is this FECA thing, which you say is $2,700. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's one we're just arguing about. Another one he says here is falsification of other business records.
Mhm.
So when you put falsification of other business records, what business records? Well, the bank records associated with Michael Cohen's account formation paperwork for Resolution Consultants LLC. That might be the falsification.
That might be the secondary falsification, not the
falsification, the crime, the unlawful means.
unlawful means
That's
tied-
violating 17-152.
Yeah.
Did Michael Cohen even testify that Donald Trump knew he was doing that?
So to be clear, 100% clear, I just want to make sure everyone knows this is a separate theory than the FEC theory. So nothing about what I'm about to say right now at all implicates what we just talked about of the FEC. These are theories in the alternative.
Okay.
First, I'm going to give you what you want, which is it was clear that the prosecution's main theory was the FEC theory.
Okay.
And these ones, both this one and the tax one, were much less focused on in the actual court proceedings than the first one. And I think these ones are not as strong grounds as the FEC ones, just putting all my cards on the table.
Okay.
However, the theory would be that under New York law, you don't need to actually falsify anything in order to, or you don't have to be the one writing the check. You don't need to be the one doing the thing. If you cause it to be written, then you are liable under that, right? And so the theory here would be he knew that in the course of Michael Cohen making this arrangement, he would be creating these entities and misrepresenting to these banks and to these other institutions what it was the purpose of these entities, such as, whether or not they're going to be doing, I think real estate was one of them. So if you believe that Donald Trump had a knowledge that he knew that Michael Cohen was going to be making these kinds of false reports to these other entities or to these other businesses, then he could be liable under that theory. And that would tie into, for the purpose of affecting the election and doing those false business records. And to cover that up, the false records relating to the payments to Michael Cohen, it was an effort to violate the election law via unlawful means of falsifying these other records. That would be the theory. It's more convoluted. It seems a little bit more circular, but it's not. But that's the theory.
I'm waiting for you to run out of breath so I can respond.
Well, I thought I wanted to give it the full-throated.
I know.
Yeah.
You gave that full throat.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're on the same page here that the judge said you can find any of these unlawful means and you don't have to be on the same page. Some of you might think this one was the unlawful means, and the others can find. Some of you might find FECA. Some of you might find falsified business records. Right? We're on the same page on that, right?
Yeah.
And for all we know, all 12 of them
did this one and not the FEC.
did this one, not the FEC, right? I mean, for all we know, all 12 of them did this.
I highly doubt it, but it's possible.
But it's definitely possible, right? I mean, it's definitely possible because the judge said that would be totally legal. That's totally fine. That's his statement of law, that this would be totally legal for you to convict him. In theory, all 12 of you might come up with the idea that the bank records associated with Michael Cohen's account formation paperwork, Resolution LLC, and Essential LLC accountants, that those were fraudulent, and that attaches, that the work that Michael Cohen did on his own on that attaches to Donald Trump violating 17-152.
Mm-hmm.
Is it based on his instruction? Is that not a fair interpretation for the jury to walk out and say, let's assume for a moment that they said, we don't think any of the other stuff is true. The one thing that we really think is true is the bank records that he violated 17.
That would be permissible. That would be a permissible thing.
Not permissible, but it'd be jury notifications to not follow that, right? To not convict him on that.
To not convict him on something the jury all found was
if
true.
all the entire jury comes to the factual finding, the finding of fact that Michael Cohen
Yes.
engaged in these bank record fraud.
Any
now
other
we have
would
to
be
convict Donald Trump for that. That would be jury nullification. It'd be completely illegal for the jury to do that, right?
Depending on the jurisdiction, yes, but
You're on the same page with me, right?
Yeah, I am on the same
So
page.
for all we know, all dozen of them basically said that.
Yes.
Number one is why we're convicting Trump.
That number two is why we're convicting Trump, but yes.
I'm saying that is the
second in
unlawful
order.
means
Yes, I
under
understand.
17-152,
Just making a joke.
and that leads to these other writings hiding
Correct.
17-152. So does he not need mens rea?
Of course he does. Yeah, he needs.
Okay, so if he needs mens rea, was there any testimony that Donald Trump knew that Michael Cohen did not have $130,000 in his bank, that he has to go through all these different manipulations and machinations in order to come ahead with $130,000? Because I'll tell you right now, you go through Michael Cohen's testimony, I'm 98% sure you're not going to find any indication that Donald Trump knew that Donald Trump knew that Mike Cohen needed to get a HELOC or go through all these different steps and the wiring. And I'll tell you right now, 1, 2, and 3, you're going to struggle to find any testimony that Donald Trump himself knew and that this was happening. Because what Michael Cohen said that he told him is that we had this conversation about cash, and maybe it was about Karen McDougal, maybe it was about Stormy Daniels. I don't know. We had this conversation on recording with the whole thing that he was questioned about in cross-examination. And that was like their agreement to, I guess, make a payment. And then supposedly that 93-second phone call where he's actually talking about a prank caller, but you want to give the benefit of the doubt and believe Michael Cohen and everything he says, that's when he said payment's been done. That's what he knows about paying off Stormy Daniels. So where does he get to know that the way we're coming up with this money is you're going to be forming this company and making a HELOC and lying on this thing and lying on that thing, that Donald Trump has the mens rea to have an intent to violate 17-152 rather than a standard run-of-the-mill, completely legal non-disclosure agreement payment that is being made with money that none of these steps had to be going through.
Yeah, so 100%, I'm going to do my homework to get what testimony was available based on those points. Because as I sit here,
Trump has to know about it, right? And he has to sign off on it and say, "Yeah, go ahead and do it."
He needs to know.
He doesn't have to be the one filing it, but he has to basically.
I don't think you need to have the direct specificity of like, this is exactly what you're doing. But like, if he knows that Michael Cohen, in the course of doing this, is going to have to write these false business records with these other entities, then I think that would be enough. With this specific,
there's nothing in Michael, will you agree to me on this? If there's nothing in Michael Cohen's testimony that indicates that before Cohen went and got all these loans, that Trump had any knowledge that there was any issue with getting this money and that he was going to have to take any of these steps at all. Not weaker theory. It's erroneous. It's an error of law to tell a jury that they must convict for this because they're not allowed to convict for this. That's my point. You're not allowed to convict for this because there's no mens rea.
It's up to the jury to determine whether or not there is that mens rea or there is that intent.
Not if there's no evidence that he knew about it.
Right. So if the court were to determine or to conclude that there was never any evidence to this effect. Oh, I guess what you're saying is to even include this as an instruction,
correct,
is reversible error because under no circumstance could it be allowed for the jury to come to
convict on this.
Yeah. Okay. So
that's my point.
The question's going to be whether or not
this came up.
There is a reasonable jury could come to this conclusion, right?
Right.
Now,
giving all the benefit of the doubt. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't think he testified about this at all.
I'm going to do more research on what the standard is. I think it would be no reasonable juror could convict on this theory.
No reasonable juror could find evidence to support this finding of fact.
Based on the record, right? So I think it would
based on the record that if you believe everything, if you selectively decide, I want to believe this part of his testimony, that you still would not find that nugget there, which would support Donald Trump knowing he's going to do this.
Okay. I'm going to do my homework on this, both the standard for what would be like if there is no sufficient evidence, what the standard is for dismissing that charge or that theory. I'll look into that and the specific factual basis in Michael Cohen's testimony to conclude or not conclude he was responsible for those.
All right, let me. So that was real. That's really where I think you're gonna find that like.
So that's your biggest issue with the conviction is.
Oh no! This is one of like 1,000 issues.
Okay,
this
but
is,
the FEC
this is the
one,
issue du jour.
The
This is the
FEC
issue du
one
jour.
seems pretty good. I mean,
No, the FEC, because the FEC one, I think you have to at least present some sort of evidence as to like how you evaluate what a
I
donation
think the
is.
reimbursement evidence is pretty good, and we didn't even get. I thought you'd be more fighting me on the campaign purpose of it. We didn't really get into that.
No, I mean because I think because that's more a question of fact, which I think the jury is insane.
Well, I think the reimbursement one is a question of fact too, that a reasonable juror could come to a conclusion of.
Well, okay, my point is I don't think any reasonable person who sees that this is how he's paying people for 20 years, and now you're saying that I know beyond a reasonable doubt that the reason he did this was for campaign is asinine. That you have to be so buried in your TDS that it's like that you have to basically be walking in here saying I'm convincing this guy if you're going to come to that.
So you're saying you have to have Trump derangement syndrome to think that this was a campaign contribution?
To say beyond a reasonable doubt that it was. When he's been doing the same thing. David Pecker, who after the fact, after Cohen got blown up, everyone's like, but we got David Pecker. David Pecker said, I've been doing this for him for 20 years.
So you think it's just like coincidence that he paid Stormy Daniels in like days before the election in late October after having this been around for like years, that he had sex with this? First of all, do you think he had sex with Stormy Daniels?
Oh, I don't know. Come
Come on, gun to your head. Do you think the evidence shows?
Gun to my head. I'll tell you right now. The story she told there sounded so cheesy and ridiculous that.
So
okay,
you actually,
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because Donald Trump. Would I think that he would have sex with Stormy Daniels? Yes. In other words, I don't care that he's married. If you ask me, based on what I've seen and know of this guy, my gun to my head, do I think he would have sex with Stormy Daniels? Yes. Do I think in a million years it would ever go down the way she described? No way in hell. Because and that's why I'm saying that's why I think she was lying. Because I'll tell you, if you're Donald Trump, you know that she described the way she described it. Did you read her testimony?
I did, yes.
She describes it like a poor thing that she would write. So I go into the bathroom. It was
consensual. She said it was consensual.
Right. No, but I'm saying is, I go into the bathroom and then I come out and like he's wearing he's wearing a robe. You practically picture him with his stupid fat old body there, swinging a sash around, saying, "Come here, sexy. It's sexy time now."
He would look way different. This was like 20 years ago.
No, what I'm saying is this: if you're Donald Trump, it's not 20 years ago. It was 10 years ago or so. But he knows if he's Donald Trump and he's in that situation, and he's been with enough of these whores, that he knows that the way that he gets a woman like that is not by flaunting his body the way you would in some porn scene, but you basically say, "I have the most popular show on TV right now. I think you probably want to make me as happy as possible."
You're just like, fuck, this is all pure conjecture that you're imagining.
No, what I'm saying is, I don't think
you have no
all
idea.
of a sudden, this is classic TDS problem is that they basically pretend that because they hate him, that when they picture him in his day-to-day life, he's the same idiot he's the same idiot that they think he is all the time, as opposed to recognizing he knows how to get what he wants to get. If he wanted to get Stormy Daniels, he would basically be insinuating to her. And I'll tell you something, I think he probably did insinuate that to her, because I think the reason she kept coming back to him is she's like, "What about The Apprentice? What about The Apprentice? What about The Apprentice? What about The Apprentice?" But she instead, I think if they engaged in coitus that night, that the way it happened, the way it went down was he's like, "Look, maybe you'll be more memorable if you hang around for an evening with me, and I'll be able to get you on The Apprentice."
He had sex with her. Why are you fucking doing this whole thing?
No, what I'm saying is, I think the way she told the story destroyed any credibility. That it was designed. I'll tell you why I think she lied. I think she was embarrassed. She was embarrassed that she basically prostituted herself for a spot on The Apprentice that never came through.
Okay, I mean, I think that she.
So if they engaged, I'll tell you right now that's how he did it. and that she got up there on the stand and committed perjury and said and pretended that he's trying to flaunt his body. That he's like, yeah, forget all those porn stars and their bodies and whatever it is. You
What
want
about
me,
that is
baby.
so
You want me, baby.
unbelievable?
Come here, baby. We're gonna
Donald
have some
Trump
fun, you and
loves
me.
his body. He loves his hands. He thinks he's an attractive guy. I don't know why.
This is
He has the biggest ego.
This
You
is you
agree.
hang
He has
out in the TDS
biggest ego.
circles.
You don't
hang out
agree
in-
that Donald Trump loves his
Oh,
body?
I think he's a narcissist. I think he's a narcissist.
You think
yeah,
that he's not like
I think
able
that.
to think that he's sexy?
I think he's sufficiently intelligent that he wouldn't be relying on his body rather than relying on
So
the
you
number
don't
one
think that
TV
he's a
show,
good-looking
the
dude?
number one TV show for a whore.
You think that Trump's a frumpy, bad-looking guy in 2006?
No, I don't think he's a frumpy, bad-looking guy, but he wouldn't be using his body rather than using his money and his fame.
Not when he's like about to.
You think Harvey Weinstein?
I don't know what to say
You think Harvey Weinstein, when he was doing whatever sleazy stuff he was doing, and I don't think he's anything
Yeah, I'm
like
sure
Harvey
he
Weinstein.
thought he was sexy too.
No, I'll tell you right now. I'm sure he was baiting
girl.
baiting the hook with what he had, and what he had on the hook was I'll make you a star.
Yes, people use
I'll make you a
that
star.
they're rich, but doesn't mean that like he would never flaunt what he thinks is attractive aspects about his body. Like, do you
I'm
think?
telling you
hang
right
on.
now, it sounded like some cheesy porn scene the way she described it.
Okay,
And I
maybe-
come out of the
maybe that's
bed and he's
informed by the
I come
fact
out of the
that he's
bathroom
a
and
porn
he's
star.
laying on the bed. Like I was just like, oh, stop it! Start the porn music here. Here comes like wah wah wah.
Okay, how would if it were believable? How would you describe the sex scene then? That he like, I have money. Have sex with me.
If it was
I'm
believable, I think it'd
powerful.
be like, look, you know, we're shooting a new season starting in 4 months, and I don't know if I'm going to remember you, you know, but maybe if you hang out here for a night, I might remember you. That's how I think he would do it. Maybe you want to hang out for a night because I think then you'll probably be more memorable. That's how I would assume he
And
would
then
do it.
lean in for the kiss and just be like,
What?
or like, so you say, I'm powerful, I'm rich, I can get you.
Oh,
killed."
and then maybe he
And
would
then-
move over. This is like I feel so uncomfortable even having this conversation. This is like I don't know. We were supposed to like walk you like step by step, and then he holds her
I
hand.
just don't
and,
have
like,
an insight into how that
like-
scene is supposed to look.
What I'm
from
saying
a-
is, it definitely wouldn't look like I came out of the bathroom and there he is swinging.
How
his
do you
sash
know it
around
wouldn't look
and
like
wearing
a
heels?
sash around
Because
kind
it's
of
like
thing?
that's playing to
He's
the
kind of a
TBS crowd.
hang on. He's kind of a flamboyant guy. You see him dance everywhere. It's kind of he's a little flamboyant. I don't think there's anything unbelievable about him
I thought
waving.
that was
his
the most
sash.
ridiculous. I thought that was the most ridiculous scene in the world.
Okay,
I
all
had a
right.
lot
So you don't
of-
believe
I-
Stormy Daniels? This is what I mean. Like,
No. What I'm saying
you
is,
made this
I'm saying
point.
it's possible. It's possible that he did engage with her. I just
In
think that she was
coitus.
going through it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's-
Well, I just want
Would
to
you
say,
rather me say bedding down? Would you rather say that? Would you rather
you say
that
having
term?
sex or
It's a
fucking.
family show.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry for the source. All right,
Yeah. Gosh.
this is to your point earlier, and we can
And
end
you
whenever
come
you
on
need
here
to.
and talk dirty. I don't know if I would have brought you on here.
Come on, it's pretty funny. Before you made a very good point. You were like, sometimes I think that Donald Trump's legal strategies are a result of other things, and he doesn't do himself any favors because he forces his lawyers to take certain lines. I think this is one of them. I think he would come out way more believable if he's like, yeah, I had sex with her, or yeah, that's not even important. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to say I didn't, but you know, it's not relevant to this whole thing. I think he would have come across a lot more relatable, that people wouldn't think that he's trying to have this ridiculous world. I really don't think it's plausible that it wasn't a reimbursement, that he never had sex with her, there was nothing there. I think that's just like beyond the pale. And I think that Trump would have been better served if he had just been like, yeah, this is not illegal, I did it and that's okay. Or yeah, it doesn't matter, but I'm not going to say I didn't. Like that, I think would be a more smart line where the jury might.
I gotta tell you something. Whether he did or not, that's probably true. Whether he did or not, that's probably true. Even if he didn't, it's probably true that I think a lot of people are thinking like you're thinking. Like, come on, don't tell me you spent a night with Stormy Daniels
and you pay her
and
$130,000
you're paying 130 and you didn't get anything out of that.
I don't think that's believable to the jury. And when you question that thing where they can tell you straight up, I did not have sex with Stormy Daniels. And let's imagine they're not like you and they don't have this whole scene about how it should look like in their heads. And they're just like, I'm not going to believe that doesn't pass the smell test. At that point, there's like, okay, if they're willing to lie to me about whether or not they had sex, why should I trust anything else of their theories? I think that might be having an influence. And so, and I think a lot of things are like that, where Trump tries to have everything. He tries to have all that he's completely right all the time, no matter what, every single point. There's not a good point. There's not even a fact that I'm going to admit to. And I think that hurts him in these legal cases.
I think it's a fair point.
Yeah.
I think that's a
I
fair
like
point.
making fair points. It's
All
late.
right.
We do want some super chats and then we call it a day, or do you not have any more?
Let me get through them. During the trial, it was it came out Trump believes Stormy Daniels had already been taken care of in the past. That was Cohen's motivation to pay it out of his own pocket.
I don't think the facts show that. I think the facts show that
I
he,
don't remember that.
that he paid.
I don't
her.
remember that. This doesn't give Trump men's Ray. Imagine thinking that loving your boss and not working for free is an own. Pisco, do you have downs?
Wait, hang on a
seek
second.
mental health help.
This was I guess it's not necessarily.
The hate, by the way, whatever hate you're getting in the chat, it's much worse in the comments after the show. Much worse.
I know. Listen,
I will be like,
I think I've been.
I get people like, I'm unsubscribing because if you ever
Except
bring
for
him
me?
back on, if you ever bring that dude back on, that's what I get
See,
sometimes.
this is what I mean about the echo chamber that a lot of people, not all of you, and I credit Good Logic because I think Good Logic does go out of his way to get other kinds of views and to debate things and to try to deal with things fairly. I don't think he always does, but I think he makes that effort that other people don't. But this is not an echo chamber. We are very different. I hate Trump. I think he's a danger to democracy. I think, I'm so voting for Biden. I think Biden's been an excellent president. We could not be different. And I think it's healthy for you guys, his audience, to hear another take and to have Joe and see Joe fight back against that take in real time. I think
I agree with you on that. And my main objective is to get you to never ever refer to our country as a democracy ever again.
Republic, whatever. It's such a pedantic.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a big difference.
Democracy.
It's a big difference.
I'll say
it's
republic.
not even. It's a constitutional republic.
What would be a non-constitutional republic? Like just there's such thing. But what does it matter? I mean, like a constitutional republic is a republic. It's like square circle. It's all.
The point being that all the power comes through the Constitution because we are by the people, for the people, of the people, by the people, for the people, and that's our legacy is our Constitution.
Okay, we're a constitutional. So if you refer to what are the
democracies
are there any democracies
Greece.
in the world?
Democracies are Rome.
The only democracy ever was Athens, Greece. That's the only thing that's ever been a democracy.
No.
Are there any democracies nowadays?
What I'm saying is democracies can be 9 kids deciding whether they're going to play Red Rover or tag.
Are there any democratic
democracy?
sovereign states in the world today?
What?
Are there any small d, Democrat sovereign states in the world? Any countries that are democracies?
I don't know of any offhand.
Because people don't use the word that way. I have this.
No, and I'll tell you something though. It's that I think that there's no constitution that any other country has which is close to being as awesome as ours.
I think America has,
and that's why it's our heritage. Other people emulated us and did a crap job in it. So you should bask in that heritage. You've tried emulating us and you still failed. We gave you the perfect model and you screwed up.
I refer to it as a republic a lot. I also refer to it as a democracy. I'll say
because when you're talking to the lemmings in your circles, you have to say democracy because they don't know what a republic is.
No, you don't. I refer to it as a republic. I refer to it as a democracy because.
Are you allowed to fly a flag? Are you allowed to fly an American flag in the background, or will you be like thrown out? Will they be like, "Oh my gosh, why are you? Are you racist?"
Before I was Snoopy, my profile picture was me with an American flag. I think it's actually lame. Well, now you guys are desperate.
You think I should turn it upside down? Should I turn my flag upside down because of?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, love this point of hypocrisy where not everybody, and maybe not you, so I'm not ascribing to everybody, but certain people who were all offended when Colin Kaepernick and others in the NFL took a knee during the national anthem are now flipping the flag upside down, and the same arguments about you're disgracing our troops who died for that flag. That's our flag. How can you fuck with our flag? Where did all those go? That's my.
How is that equivalent?
How are they not?
Because it's a sign of distress.
So if
saying I believe in my country,
but our country,
but I recognize the distress my country is in.
The ultimate question: if Colin Kaepernick during halftime or during open, whenever they did national anthem, held up an upside down American flag and said, "This is for all the black people killed by police. I'm making this." Do you think that people wouldn't be saying you're you're dishonoring the troops, you're dishonoring the flag because you're trying to say at the
objectively they would have said that.
Yes, they would have. So I think thank you. You're a reasonable guy. I appreciate the honesty and candor. I think that this is a hypocrisy because I think people and I think it's true for the left, for some people as well, who are saying this is so offensive, whatever. I don't really care that much, except to the extent that it's associated with the insurrection. But yeah, I don't really think that it's consistent to be like
It's
this
about
is
the
so
whiskey
insulting.
rebellion. What insurrection?
It's some, the May 31st insurrection in the White House against Trump.
The-
The Black Lives Matter insurrection when they all stormed the White House.
okay.
But I would caution people who are like very in favor of the upside down symbols to consider whether they're being totally consistent with the BLM kneelers and the U.S. Women's National Team for soccer kneelers and all they've had to say about them and the disrespect to the troops. That's it.
No, I'll tell you the difference.
Oh, what's the difference?
The difference is what's your motivation. If your motivation is that this demographic is being negatively affected rather than all Americans are being negatively affected, it's an American flag and America is in distress. I'm not saying that white people are in distress.
Come on,
I'm not saying MAGA is in distress. I'm saying Americans are in distress.
Well, that's what
As opposed to this segment, if I did it every time if I did it because I saw some anti-Zionist thing and I start hanging the American flag upside down for that would be Colin Kaepernick. But if I'm doing it because I see America and American citizens, all of us being in distress based on our judicial system being weaponized in a way that's terrifying, it should be terrifying to all Americans, then that's a call for, hey, we're in distress now.
I think that the protests have to do with certain segments of the population, just like the kneeling. I think that the protests, like, no one thinks that the government's going after Democrats, right? Does anyone think that, like, I'm in distress? You could say they think the foundations of the country are in distress, but the same thing could be said about the BLM protests. If one of the foundations of the country is equal protection of the laws, and you feel that Black people are not being treated with equal protection, again, one of the thoughts is that Trump is being treated disequally from other people. You hear the Hillary Clinton examples and all the comparisons and the double standards. That's central to the argument. It's the same thing that the BLM protesters were saying. There's a double standard here that's applied. Not saying that I agree that there was
Right.
in fact a double standard, but I'm saying
I
that was the center of the allegation.
I understand making a philosophical point here.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. And I thank you for being reasonable and considering it. Not that you believe it.
I think you're dead wrong, but
Yeah. Then you're not considering it, but you're being polite. I appreciate that.
no, I'm saying is like I understand how you're trying to basically say that for them it is that. What I'm saying is just
They're
because
wrong.
no, what I'm saying is you're not recognizing because we're saying this is what's happening to conservatives today. Yeah, that's what's happening to conservatives today. It's going to happen to you tomorrow. You're just too short-sighted to realize it.
Yeah, I mean,
the wheel spins around.
I understand that has been said, and that this is all a tyranny. It's leading up to some horrible stuff.
Of course, it is.
We disagree on the nature of the threat to the republic.
Okay, I'll ask you this.
Yeah.
Which election outcome in November will not lead to millions of people screaming in protest? Exactly.
I think if Cornel West gets in, I think.
Yeah, seriously.
No, of the two candidates, you're right. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be high levels of
Craziness.
distress.
There's going to be craziness in late November.
Listen, I think that Trump could win this election for sure. And I think that right now, as things stand, it's pretty even in terms of like they both have a significant shot of becoming president. So I don't try to hide that. I would be very distressed if Donald Trump won the presidency. I think he is a danger to democracy, republic,
I think
small
that's
d
fair.
democracy, republicanism. And you think that Biden is a threat, right, to republicanism and democracy?
I think he's a threat to the world.
Okay.
I think
Like
that
a nuclear threat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that as much as you might hate Trump, or Trump might be a lunatic, and maybe he is. I don't know, but I'll tell you this much: I think the world is a lot more terrified.
Safer?
I think the world's a lot more terrified of acting out when he's the leader of the free world than when Biden is. I think that's pretty irrefutable.
I don't think that's irrefutable. I think there's some
just
been
given
some bad things
history
that happened. They're just because a bad thing happened doesn't mean they happened because Biden was in office.
Well, that seems kind of silly when you consider how bad things happened before Trump was in office and happened after he was in office.
You don't ever assume. So, like, you would never say, "Well, COVID happened because Trump was in office," or you don't say,
"Oh, I actually think it's possible COVID did happen because he was in office."
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, because it was planned.
Because I think President Xi might have unleashed it on purpose to hurt Trump. Well, the timing of it does come right after he just schooled him in negotiations.
I think Trump could have done. I think if Trump played it a little differently, he could have looked really good in the pandemic.
There was no way the media was going to let him look good in anything. And they had all the death tolls to ring out day after day. Let me run through super chats here because
we can call it. Yeah, it's late.
it is late now.
Tired of work.
Pisco, no, it's not hard to prove. We got this one. However, states been precluded from controlling any federal election finance. We got that. I think Pisco, everything Trump does is political. You just make a case for absolute presidential immunity. MAGA thanks you.
But the absolute presidential immunity doesn't relate to political things. It relates to, if it exists, as we'll find out in the scope of it, official duties, not political stuff.
Supreme Court settled this in Colorado ballot case. No one state can have influence over the federal election.
Yeah, for a lot of reasons, I think that's completely wrong by the Supreme Court. And you just saw it now in the Ohio, whether or not they're going to have Joe Biden on the ballot or not. I understand that they're going to find a way to get him on the ballot because the DNC is going to do some virtual thing.
I think that's hilarious.
But just real quick, take that example, right?
I thought that
No
what
conservatives
I
are
have
making
said
the
about
same
that,
argument
what I've said about that is, I want him on the ballot
to win.
No, I
What's up
want
for potential
I want Biden on the Ohio ballots, but I do want him to sweat for 4 months before he gets in.
See, but the thing is, like,
on.
these kind of procedural rules, even if you think Biden should be on the ballot here, the fact that you have limits to who can be on the ballot, that there are procedural limits, that like you need to have a certain number of whatever to do it, that you need to go through all these hoops, that is a state under state law limiting who can be on the ballot. And nobody questions the legality of, in the main, states having standards for who gets to be on their ballot.
The distinction is?
What?
The distinction is that is a blanket rule they have across for everyone, as opposed to we're going to find some rule from 150 years ago and try to resurrect it for this one guy.
Yeah, but you could say that the insurrection rule is a blanket rule, but as applied, it might be differently. Just like the rule about the number of signatures, it's a blanket rule, but applies to people differently.
That's not. Texas gone wild since requiring an ID to see prawns.
Well, that's what happens when you elect Republicans.
Have they really? They started requiring ID? I didn't know that.
I think they might, yeah.
The reason why we have never
Can we just say that's free speech? I mean, you should be against that. If you're in favor of free speech,
what?
If you're in favor of free speech, you should be in favor of pornography.
Okay,
being allowed. If you think it's just socially bad, but not talking about obscene stuff. Just regular Trump swinging a sachet type Stormy Daniels pornography.
No, you are talking obscene stuff. That's what you're talking about.
I'm not talking about obscene stuff.
No, I'm saying, but you're saying that's what should be allowed.
I think there's a carve out for obscenity. I think the rule is kind of bad because it's like what national standards, whatever the rule is in that case. I think it's a Miller test. I don't know the Miller test. I think that might be it. But yeah, I think that if you're talking about non-obscene pornofpornography, I think it should be allowed. Which
justice was it that wrote? I can't.
That is Potter Stewart. Potter Stewart. Yeah.
So there's a famous Supreme Court justice who wrote, "I cannot define pornography, but I know it when I see it."
Yeah, Potter Stewart. I think someone fact checked me, and if I'm right, you guys should be like, "Wow, that's impressive."
That's a reason to have you back.
Yeah.
The reason why we've never isn't Texas protecting its state border?
So this goes to the point of if you're the ones who are saying like, well, states can't enforce federal law. Remember, with the other side of your mouth, you guys are saying, not all of you, granted, but a lot of you are saying Texas is allowed to enforce federal immigration law because if the federal government doesn't enforce it good enough or in a way that we want enough, we think that the state of Texas should be allowed to take the federal immigration standards and apply them themselves because of a perceived under enforcement by the federal government. And so how can it be the case that states, now I disagree that Texas is allowed to do this because I think immigration is different. And you might say federal elections are different. There are reasons why I disagree with that, but why would you be okay with state of Texas being allowed to enforce federal immigration law? But then on the other hand, say the state of New York can't enforce federal election law. Make it make sense.
Oh, I mean, that's very directly affecting them. I mean, I don't really understand.
Come on, that can't be the test. If it directly affects you, it very directly affects you. I don't know how. What's that law?
I mean, you're saying make it make sense, and I'm running by me one more time.
Right. So if you have the position that, of course, Texas has a sovereign interest in defending its border, so of course they're allowed to use federal law. They bootstrap federal law for their own.
They have their own law.
They do. No, because they make it a crime they're trying to kind of redo the Arizona system where they're mapping on to the federal immigration standards. Like they wouldn't be able to apply this to people who are lawfully allowed to be here under federal law. So they're incorporating into their enforcement strategy aspects of federal immigration law by necessity. Just like, you know, the New York State isn't.
I don't know what you mean by incorporating aspects. You mean subsuming part of federal?
If part of the enforcement of quote unquote Texas immigration or border law relies on a nucleus or a center of federal immigration law that is the citizenship standards, the residency standards, you know, whether you're allowed to be, you know, you have working rights here, whether or not you're allowed to be here, whether or not you cross the border illegally as defined by federal rules about what crossing the border illegally looks like, or entering without inspection and admission. That all is bootstrapping. It's incorporating federal law into an enforcement strategy to prevent illegal immigration. And if you're against states enforcing federal law or having federal law in a kind of embedded component of their enforcement strategy, then you should, as a blanket rule, as opposed to for doctrinal reasons, which are my ways to distinguish them. But if it's a blanket, states can never do this. How can you justify, on the one hand, saying states are allowed to enforce immigration law to some capacity, but New York is not allowed to enforce some capacity of federal election campaign law? That's the kind of comparison you have to make. Like, if there is a difference, if Texas is allowed but New York is not allowed, you need a way to explain that. My way to explain why immigration is different is that the Supreme Court has viewed immigration as a special domain, that it's the plenary authority of the federal government. And they've described it in sort of cutting back against state laws in the past, notably in the Arizona case. And so that's my way of distinguishing, is that the Supreme Court, through decades and decades of precedent, have said immigration is reserved to the federal government. That's my way of distinguishing. But if you don't have that kind of,
I need to digest this more to actually get into it, because I need to I want to think it through.
Yeah.
I want to think rather than just shooting off the cuff.
I raise interesting questions. Yeah.
Do you think Pisco should be?
No.
Do you think? Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Only if the person is impeached and convicted. I think that was a while ago. The underlying crime in the Stormy Daniels case was Trump entrusting a Cooley law grad by handling anything more complex than getting Trump out of speeding tickets.
I mean, but Trump said he did good things before this, so
I don't think that he's
that's a good point.
He's such a gross person. He's such a gross person.
That's not a good point for Trump, because you can't, on the one hand, because this is.
Oh yeah, no. Look, I understand. Look, I am constantly critiquing his choice.
Joe, I want to say it because this is what people will say. They'll say he surrounds himself with bad people. Okay, that's how they explain Bill Barr when Bill Barr doesn't do something he likes. That's how they explain all his administration that betrays him.
He's just a gross person.
Okay, but then if Trump is all the time making this mistake with his own attorneys that betray him, with his his own appointees to betray him, his own judges to betray him, right? Like,
I don't think all of them betray him,
but a lot do, and in notable events they break away from him.
Well, there's also a lot of people that he has to depend on. There's a lot of people. I'll tell you this much. You know, recent events have made me question. That made me reassess in the law tube community that people refer to, right? But I'm just like, yeah, you know, sometimes certain people go rogue on you, and I'm just like, I'm kind of like, that's just the nature of what it is. Did
that affect you personally, the recent stuff?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure it did. Yeah, no, I mean, come on, you have to realize that just the infighting and everything like that. Like, I'm friends with everyone. Mm-hmm. I'm friends with anyone who's fighting over this whole thing, or at least at certain points, I was, different level friendship with different people. But yeah, it definitely had an effect on me. Sure.
Do you feel like you're mediating between the two sides, or do you feel like you're kind of? I feel
as if I've been categorized, and that the categorization is in part because of conduct of other people. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I don't. Yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. I mean, look, I can't deny the fact that at least it provides interesting content. That's for sure.
Yeah.
When charged, you're supposed to have full notice of nature of charges. Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of discussed that, I think.
Yeah, we did. Damn it, those refunds I get every year are a crime.
No, I don't think they are.
I've been patient enough Pisco.
I'm leaving soon.
Do you know what this is from? You see that picture there?
Wait, what is that from?
What's that from?
Did you draw it or something? Is that you describing me and my eyebrows?
No.
It's not specific.
No, it's this.
That's great. Someone screenshot that.
I said,
so
this
good.
is me ripping apart the jury charges. And when I was like, at a certain point, I was just like drawing question marks and lines, and I was like, and this is a self-portrait of my reaction to what the heck he's talking about with intent to conceal. So it's a picture of me, I guess. It's not easy to draw these things, you know.
No. I have some of the worst online doodles that there is. What is the unlawful mean?
I think
we went
covered
through
that.
them.
Yeah,
But that's the thing that really triggers me when people are like,
"That's an hour ago." That was an hour ago.
But like,
So,
I just want to say, all my replies whenever I like am triggering people, they're like, "What was the law? What was the law?" And it's like these people don't even follow trial.
no,
Because you would never ask that.
What?
Who have read you wouldn't be like, "What are the unlawful means?" What you would say is like, "Why didn't they have to do this?" Or why is it that this happened? Or what evidence did they present for this part of it?
Right.
Whereas people are more like who didn't follow it. They're like, name the law, which is very easy to do, but it's not really a fruitful conversation because if you don't even know the structure of it, then it's going to be tough.
Well,
to
this guy in particular, Elegant News, is following him pretty closely. So,
okay.
but
that
comment was an hour ago.
Okay. I don't mean to assume things about him.
Do not consider false business record part of trial. Proved it as false. Heard nothing of standard business accounting practices. That was on the size of the magnitude of the loan and the impact it has. I told you it was him. You didn't believe me then. Maybe now you will. Oh, that's when Debbie was saying that it is you that during the trial. No, that people just don't like you. Not
Got
that.
it. Yeah.
Elegant News says during the trial it came out Trump believes Stormy Daniels has already been taken care of in the past. This was Cohen's motivation to pay it out of his own pocket.
That doesn't really make sense. I mean, why would that be a motive? Just think about what you just wrote.
I think what he's saying is that's why Trump wouldn't be paying it. So you can. I'll tell you this.
Why reimburse him if you assume it isn't a reimbursement?
I mean, maybe he decided afterwards to reimburse him.
But he'd already paid it, right? So like, when was that conversation? Like, wait, why would I pay this already done?
What? No. So in other words, like this. Let's assume that Mike Cohen thinks like, okay, look, if he gets elected, I'm going to. This is a huge win for me. Which you would assume anyone who's in a circle has been in a circle for years would assume this guy becomes president. Sky's the limit for where I'm going, right? I mean, that's what it makes sense for Mike Cohen to be thinking that, right? Yeah. He's got a personal relationship, a personal and professional relationship when it goes back for 9 years. So now he's got this thing here. Maybe Trump doesn't want to take care of it, and he thinks that he should. So he's like, all right, I'll cover this. It'll be worth it to me anyway. And then when he doesn't get the job, he's like, all right, pay me back.
Yeah, if that was true, then Trump wouldn't have been.
And that's why Trump, and that would be consistent with Trump saying, I didn't know about it at the time, but later on I learned about it.
Yeah, I agree. If that were true, if Trump really wasn't involved in the payment, didn't know anything about it, he wouldn't be guilty. But that's just not what I think the facts show. I think the facts show that he knew that the payment was going to happen and he was involved.
Well, when you look through, the only way you come to that is because of Cohen's testimony.
I don't agree.
Which part of the testimony? And I grant you that you can't give directed verdict because Cohen did testify that as difficult as his as scraping the bottom of the barrel as credibility that his testimony has. The words are there on the record, so you can't give a directed verdict. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is, if you do take his testimony out, I do think that there is no evidence that he knew that this money was going to be paid.
I disagree.
That's why they brought him in. Stormy Daniels doesn't know that he knew. Keith Davidson didn't know that he knew. Pecker didn't know that he knew. None of them knew that he knew about this payment beforehand, in which case he can't be part of this thing.
I mean, Donald Trump is having phone calls with him. Where Melania Trump's involved in getting Michael Cohen on these calls, like right as the payments are happening. He's on the phone with Weisselberg, who's coordinating with Trump about stuff. Trump's, there's an agreement, right? Where I believe that, I don't know if Trump executes, but that has them as.
He didn't execute. That was Cohen who executed it.
Okay.
The Peggy Peterson.
Yeah. So
that was signed by Michael Cohen.
So you have to believe, in order to believe that Trump's not involved at all, is that like this is all just like random shit, and that Trump was just signing whatever.
He definitely had a motive to do it if he thought that he was going to have a big, huge payday. I'm saying-
Cohen might have a motive to
Again, that doesn't give you directed vote. Doesn't give you a directed verdict, and because
and
he
it's
did testify.
acknowledging that it's a campaign expenditure. Maybe it's
What
not
do
a
you
contribution
What do you do
because
with Robert Costello? What do you do with that? And Robert
he's
Costello,
not credible at all.
why? Why? What part of his testimony is not credible?
So the notion that what did he testified that Michael Cohen told him that Trump had no involvement and that he said something in response to that. I'm trying to scrap my brain for it, but there were some points of fact that he was just brutally cross-examined on. I'll get them for you. It's on my homework.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. This doesn't give Trump mens rea. Imagine thinking that Levin
We went
was
through that
not.
again.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't show 130. Shows 180.
130 plus 50, the bonus.
Right. No, 50 to Red Finch, and then another bonus on top.
Sorry. Yeah.
3 different liberal friends I know. I was walking through what Trump was convicted, including they all thought it was ridiculous bogus charge.
Okay.
When you multiply by 2, it sounds more like a resale of a story in an NDA. Our standard markup is 2 times on items we sell. Reimbursements have no markup. I will tell you this: is a lawyer friend of mine who's a big Trump fan. Who, when I mentioned to him that and then they volunteered to pay me double, he goes, and this is a lawyer, okay, who deals with these sort of business type of things all the time, and he's a tax attorney. He's like, that part makes sense to me. Of all the things that Mike Cohen said, that part makes sense to me because that's like standard. That if someone issues a loan and when they pay it back through retainer, which this, by the way, happens all the time, that someone will loan money and they'll get paid back for services rendered, they will always double it for taxes.
Yeah, but it
because they know
wasn't for
tax will be
services
50%.
rendered. It was for the payoff itself. That's
No, what
the
I'm
problem.
saying is, what he said was, this happens thousands of times a day. Where someone will advance money, and the way they'll pay back the loan is that they'll pay a retainer, and they'll pay it as for services, and double the amount that was loaned, and pay and know that you're going to pay taxes. He said that's actually he said to him that was the most believable part of his testimony.
Okay.
So Pisco FEC said there was no campaign violation.
Did not.
The DOJ didn't feel there was anything there. Assuming it was a loan, facts,
But
not in
hang on.
evidence.
Just to be clear, the DOJ did convict Michael Cohen of that offense, and the co-conspirator in that indictment was Donald
You're not
Trump.
going to let me finish, are you? You're not going to let me finish.
Finish what?
And
The super chats?
Moving along.
I'm responding to them. Sorry. Go ahead.
Here. Yeah, it's like 20 seconds maximum.
Okay. All right.
Well, unless they're like they have a nice color.
Oh my God.
What?
250.
Yeah, I think that's like Korean money or something.
Oh,
because it's a pink one, but still it's 50.
They made a noise. I assumed it was.
No, for anything that's pink or red, I give a noise.
Okay.
I give. That's the war horn. So here I am, not paying attention to this. So didn't Cohen pay Stormy out of his regular pay for Trump?
No,
that is, he didn't bill for Trump for. I mean, Cohen got paid the same before and after that year, correct? So how did Trump falsify records? Oh, you're gonna make me start all over again?
We talked about this, dude.
But he paid $50. So I'm gonna give him a quick rundown here. Okay, quick rundown for you, my friend. Okay, is that he supposedly, if you believe Cohen, so he advanced 130 by taking out a loan. He created his whole new business, built a business, took out a home equity line of credit, took out 131,000, took the money in a little cash brown paper bag, and then carried it over and paid it to Keith Davidson, and some point told Trump about it in the middle of complaining to Keith Schiller about prank calls that he was getting. But in the 93-second call, somehow he had time to explain the whole situation of the prank calls, and also tell him that he took care of Stormy Daniels after he supposedly had told him to go take care of Stormy Daniels. And then Trump reimbursed him. Instead of giving his normal annual salary of $420, he gave him the exact same $420, but this new $420 was not at all for his regular salary, and he got no money paid in salary. Instead, that $420 was exclusively to pay him back for his loan by taking $130 that he owed him for that, plus another purported $50 that he gave to Redfinch, which is some other PR company. Even though he didn't give Redfinch $50, he only gave him $20, and he lied to the Trump company claiming he gave him $50. And then so he says you owe me 180, and they say, well, if we owe you 180, we'll pay you 360, and here's another 60,000 on top of that because we like you as a bonus. So that's how they come to the 420. If somehow that doesn't make people giggle with like, how the hell could that possibly be? But
Very fair and balanced.
Kimmy Joe says, Pisco, are you okay with a 42% tax? Are you okay with 15-minute cities? Are you okay with eating lab meat and zabugs? Maybe you should do some research about the Agenda 2030 and the Democrats sign us up
Okay,
for.
you're lost as hell. No one's gonna make you eat bugs. All right.
Oh, they even have plants already.
Yeah.
I've seen the articles.
This is
I've
some
seen the
like
articles.
QAnon level New World Order type Great Replacement stuff. I can't begin to help you other than to say, I don't know. I guess I don't know.
The
what to say.
replacement's not like it's not. I mean, yeah. Well,
You know, there are people who make that an anti-Semitic theory. Just so you know.
oh, I know people. I know
defend
people try. I
your
know people
people.
try to twist it that way. I'm simply saying that we have more people come across the border. Not just brown, by the way. I'm saying there are Asians coming across the border. I'm saying that. Ask me how thousands of Chinese people are coming across our border.
Yeah, that's how they sell. Like, oh, what do you mean? There's people coming across the border. How it really is George Soros and the World Economic Forum and Carl Schwab and the Jews are trying to kill all white people. And
Don't throw Klaus Schwab together with the Jews. Don't throw Klaus Schwab together with the
I'm
Jews.
just saying it's some combination of intentional conspiracy to wipe out white people. That's how it is, and it masquerades as kind of like,
No, you see
what
what
do
you're
you
doing
mean?
is
Look at all the illegals.
you see what you're doing is you're taking like the Nick Fuentes of the world and the loonies, and you're assuming that because they're crazy folks, which I would admit with you that they are, that means that there isn't some intentional objective here to basically say, let's bring in as many people as possible, so this way we have a greater need to basically promote a more communistic take from everyone, so we can afford to handle all these new people who came in here.
You think Joe Biden is a communist, or he's just a puppet kind of guy?
No. When I say communist, what I'm saying is I don't mean traditional communism. I mean like your classic neocons tend to be on board with it as well.
Neocon communist? Maybe you lost me there. The neocon communists, the neocons who support communism. Sorry if I might have missed something. I could be the dumb one. I'm sure I misinterpreted what you said. I really have no idea. I'm sorry.
You really have no idea.
The neocons are for communist
I want to
takeover?
ask you a question. Why would there be such a fight about closing the border? Why would anyone say that this is a bad thing to close the border?
I don't think when you say close the, what do you mean by close the border?
Why the United States be suing Texas saying, how dare you close the border on us?
I don't know what you mean by the words close the border. Do you mean
okay?
Stop all? What do you mean by it? And then I can respond.
I'm saying you heard Mayorkas was impeached, right?
I know Mayorkas was impeached.
Why was he impeached?
He was impeached for like negligence in not executing the law of the United States and ignoring the law.
Oh, at least you recognize that. So fine.
Well, I don't recognize it. I think it's ridiculous and absurd and a publicity stunt and totally belied by the facts, but you can go on.
And how many illegal aliens have crossed the border?
It's not how you measure whether he's enforcing the law or not.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
No. He's deporting a huge amount of people. But it's so funny. Obama and Biden, if they're not enforcing immigration law, someone should have told all the people being deported. Remember when Obama was called the deporter in chief? Joe Biden is deporting a shit ton of people.
How many people live in Missouri?
I don't know. What, 10 million people?
Fewer than the number that have crossed the border under Biden.
So does that mean he's not enforcing the law?
If you think that there is not a willful objective to allow anyone who wants to come in here to just wander across the border,
prove it. They're enforcing the law.
Prove it. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Don't tell me tell me that when you have 135 out of 680 hotels, 20% of all hotels in New York are filled now with illegal aliens.
I live here. I know that there's a lot of migrants.
So don't tell me that like, oh yeah, they totally closed that border. It's totally closed border. Just stop.
Hang on.
Just stop.
You just said that there was
a willful
disagreement about
disregard.
whether
A
or not we
willful
ought to close the
disregard.
border.
It's a willful disregard to protect the border.
Okay, are we enforcing immigration law or not?
We're not. Well, when you say if you include border
rounding
patrol,
people up? Are we
if you
detaining
include
them?
border patrol, what does that even mean? It's like basically saying oh, okay, so what we're going to do is this: we're going to build ourselves a little prison here. We're going to convict people beyond a reasonable doubt, throw them in prison, and then we're going to take the keys to the prison. We're going to hand them out to each of the inmates, and then we're going to be really good at rounding them up afterwards.
So
That's
you
this
you
is
understand that
what
there's,
you're
like-
basically saying, as opposed to saying,
No,
wait,
I mean-
wait, why are you just allowing everyone to just wander wherever the heck they want? And then collecting them to get rid of them afterwards instead of just closing up the freaking border.
Called catch and release situation, right? Is that what you're referencing right now?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that there is a limited amount of capacity that the government has to house people, to feed them, to make sure that their basic provisions are taken care of. And you agree that the government, when you detain people, has an obligation to be able to put them up and give them food and stuff, right? If there's a limit on literal space because you don't have enough money.
Why do you think that there's 4 times as many people crossing the border every month now than there was under Trump?
I think a lot of things. So one, I think that the Central Americans and South Americans have wised up to this kind of asylum situation where, because of the delays in asylum proceedings, you're able to come into the country, declare asylum, and your case is pending for.
And how is that
for years?
Why is
that's
that?
A function
why
of,
is it
that's
that?
a
Why is it
function
that
of our
anyone
asylum
can?
law.
No, here's the thing. It's not like our asylum law is being properly enforced, because asylees are supposed to go to the asylees. It's not, because asylees are not supposed to be able to come in here if they've gone through 6 countries to get here. You have to go to the nearest country. You have to go to the nearest country for asylum, not the country that you're so inclined to go to.
So our own asylum laws, which incorporate our treaty obligations, require safe country alternatives. It's called the third country safe alternative, whatever that is. And first, a lot of these are would not at all qualify for that on the way to the United States.
No other country. We're the only one. Apparently, we're the only one that qualifies. No other country qualifies. We're the only safe country.
Mexico certainly is not going to grant them. There's no plausible path to asylum.
Why not?
In these other countries?
Why?
I mean,
why is it you can march all the way through Central America? None of these other countries, none of them are safe. They're all unsafe. America somehow is safer.
So a lot of these countries do not have the resources at all to.
We don't have the resources. That's what you're not realizing.
I understand. I understand that, but there are limits, first of all, to what you're talking about in the safe countries on the way there. And they're also, under U.S. law, I believe it requires a bilateral treaty, and the only one we've signed, I think, is with Canada. And so,
okay, this is.
Well, I'm just telling you factual facts.
Early. You referenced Cope earlier. This is the ultimate Cope.
I'm telling you factual.
This is the ultimate
facts.
Cope. When you start sitting here saying that Biden deports more people than anyone else, he's great on immigration. This is the ultimate Cope.
So Biden deports thousands and thousands of people. That's just a matter of fact. I look at the DHS end of year reports. I see the numbers of exclusions, deportations.
I'm going to throw you out soon. I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
I'm going to
throw me out. Why? Because I'm Hispanic. That's why.
Because now I told you no gaslighting, and this sounds like gaslighting at this point.
What did I just gaslight you? I read the DHS reports compiled by people who hate Biden because the DHS hates Biden. Mm-hmm. So what about what I just said was wrong? He excludes and deports hundreds of thousands of people.
Who cares? Like I just said, I just explained to you. That's like saying, here are all the keys to the inmates, and then we're going to be really, really good at rounding them up, better than anyone. We catch more escaped convicts than the last warden did. That's what you're basically saying to me.
Here's a very simple principle.
It's like,
Joe.
if you can't trip over four people and not have one of them being an illegal alien, of course you're able to round up a lot more people for crying out loud.
Like me right now,
this sounds crazy to me.
Here's what you sound like to me right now, Joe. You sound like the defund the police people. I'll tell you why. If you want less crime, what do? You hire more police, right? I mean, that makes sense. More police, fair. If you have more police, more people, that seems more resources. Maybe you have less crime. And I would posit to you. Okay. How
hard is it to say no entry? No mas?
They're sneaking across the border. How do you stop
That's why you have a wall. There's this thing called
the
they're sneaking. Don't tell me they're sneaking across the border, and then you tell me, "Oh, we don't need a wall because the wall doesn't do anything. A wall doesn't do anything. A wall doesn't do anything." But they're sneaking across the border. Oh, so then what? Then why do we have a wall? Oh, I don't know.
I know you've seen the images of them climbing over the wall. I know you understand.
Actually, I
Hey,
haven't.
wait, let me finish this thought. I want to finish 2 sentences.
I gotta tell you, anyone get over a 40-foot wall? I'll tell you right now, that guy I want.
I know.
I want that guy. That's the guy I want.
So then you don't
that
want to
guy's
deport them.
No, that's the someone who's climbing over a 40-foot wall. That's the guy I want. If he's got grappling hooks or he's able to that guy, fine. That's fine.
Okay,
You know what I'm fine with? I'm fine with having like one of those gladiator game guys. That if you want to get into America, and you could basically make it across like that thing where you're running on a log that's spinning there and then jumping from one thing to the next. If you can do that, you know what? Welcome to America.
I want to finish 3 sentences. So you've seen the images of them climbing over the wall. You know the wall doesn't continuously follow across the extent of the border. You know, by the way, that the border doesn't run alongside the international line. In many places, a lot of places, the international line is this thing called the Rio Grande, or rivers or mountains and stuff where there is no wall. Or once you cross the wall, you're in America and you're entitled to the procedures of having your asylum claim being litigated. But hang on, there was this little thing because there's a loophole here, right? Like if you were to see them coming into the border illegally, there are people who say at that point you should just throw them back out and say if you don't cross through the proper entries, we're just gonna summarily throw you out. Maybe that sounds like a good idea. Oh wait, Joe Biden proposed that. Joe Biden proposed that you would be able to, under certain conditions, if you just see them crossing the river, you don't have to give them procedures, and you can just throw them right out back across the border.
Nope, that's not what it said.
That was absolutely that's what it said.
That's not what it said. It actually said you're limited in how many people you can actually stop from coming in here.
No, so with respect to
it, literally said that during times of emergency, you must grant entry to 4,000 illegal aliens every single day.
It did not. It did not say you had to accept
during emergency periods.
It did not. So all of our asylum laws apply towards people presenting themselves at.
You must accept 4,000 a day.
So 100% clear. To be 100% clear, if you present yourself at a port of entry and claim asylum, do you think that claim should be heard?
If someone presents themselves at a port of entry, should that claim be heard? Yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay, so those caps.
That doesn't mean you get to stay in America while it's being heard.
Understood, but if they're not in America, they would need to be either in Mexico or some other adjacent contiguous country.
As in remain in Mexico.
Yeah, but you would need a bilateral treaty for that. You would need a treaty with a country in order to be able to place them there. Fair?
Which means you need to have diplomatic skills in order to get that done.
Fair, but 100% clear.
Which Biden did not have and Trump did have.
Okay, but at the height of the MPP, the Remain in Mexico policy, you were getting 30,000 people at max. That's a drop in the bucket with everyone who's coming across the border, as you know. What you just said is that if you present yourself at a port of entry, your claim of asylum should be heard. And so those country caps relate to those people who are presenting themselves at ports of entry. It did not relate.
Caps.
That's
what you're not under. No, you're wrong. Read the statute again. You will see that I am correct. That it says that during a time of emergency, that once emergency kicks in, that you must allow in 4,000 people every single day. Why must we? Why is that mandatory? We have to allow in 40,000 people. Wait, I want to correct myself. Not 4,000 a day. I want to correct myself. My recollection is that it was 42,000 a month. So it was 1,400 a day. It was something like that. It was not 4,000. I want to correct myself. I misspoke.
Okay.
But I remember it being. I remember looking at it and running the numbers, and I was like, so basically, during a time of emergency, we must allow in a minimum of 40,000 a month, which means that if Biden, and this has to be litigated only in D.C. That was another thing that was another wrinkle they put in here. That when we know that we have the most tilted leftist judges in the world, that's where that's the only place you're allowed to legislate. You're allowed to have jurisdiction that have jurisdiction over this. So it's like it's a retarded poison pill that's put in there specifically because they know that Democrats are controlling the DC circuit courts, and they're like, oh, okay, so on this particular statute, that it can only be weighed upon by the DC Circuit Court, which was asinine and designed.
Jurisdiction.
What?
So these are emergency measures that are meant to be litigated and to simplify proceedings to put them in one jurisdiction. Otherwise, you could have
Oh, okay, yeah.
thousand different
All right.
injunctions.
So
Wait,
would
wait,
they,
wait, wait.
would they
Listen
happen
to
to
the
would they have
logic
to put it in the
behind it.
sixth?
Wait, I want
Would
to
they have to put it there? No,
wait,
they have to
wait,
put it in the
wait, let me
DC Circuit
explain the
Court.
logic. Wait. Let me explain the logic of it.
Why
If
would you
have-
put it in the Fifth Circuit
wait.
with Texas?
You don't even want to hear the logic. Your only thing, remember, this entire thing was negotiated by James Langford. The only conclusion that you're drawing, because you haven't heard the argument on the other side, is this was done as a poison pill to give leftists a day, I don't know, a free pass. So the reason this was put in place is because with respect to emergency situations on the border, there have been a lot of complaints about differing injunctions and like contradictory injunctions. You've heard that in like the Ninth Circuit, they'll have one injunction and there'll be a different rule in another part of the country, and it leads to like differences in what the law is with respect to emergencies. That's a problem. Okay, it makes sense to try to make all the litigation with respect to these emergency.
Why DC? Why DC?
Because where else are you going to put it? You're going to put it in the more liberal place. More the DC is the capital of the country. Why would you put it in any particular?
Because why the hell would this be? Why is it more DC's issue than Texas's issue?
It has to. Well, why would it not be the Ninth Circuit? California has a big border with Mexico as well, and there's
their border is like 7% compared to Texas.
Oh no, but in terms of how many people are crossing the border at a particular place, I think California has a comparable number of people crossing there. Certainly Arizona. So why would it be the Fifth Circuit as opposed to the Ninth Circuit? Why would it not be, any other place? The DC
so they just happen to pick the most liberal circuit. They happen to pick the most liberal circuit in the country.
No, hang on. The Ninth Circuit's more liberal than DC Circuit.
Okay, I'm not sure about that. It's close.
You don't agree? Ninth Circuit is like it's a meme at this point. I think the Ninth Circuit is one of the more reversed circuits anyway. Anyway, it all goes to the Supreme Court anyway, right? Maybe there's a lagged period where you think like the wrong rules put in place, but the Supreme Court is the one that's like they've been pretty fast to act on a lot of these immigration issues and ordering stays. You've seen with the Texas litigation, they're involved right up to like the minute, and they're very much in play for all these immigration issues. And so should not be the poison pill. The DHS individuals themselves, ICE, their own people were saying, give us this money, give us this authority.
I need to go to bed. We need to wrap this up.
Trump
didn't have knowledge of how Cohen made the payment on the law that Cohen was breaking to make the payment. Stormy time and date alone is circumstantial, non-indicative intent.
Okay.
I commend your patience, great leader. I wouldn't last 5 minutes talking to this guy before I lost it.
Well, that's what separates you from him.
Couldn't explain in super chat, but if there's a chance, I sent DM and X. Found discrepancy in the listing of jury charges. I'm trying to make sense.
We'll get right on that.
Yeah, campaign purpose is still at play for FEC as Trump to protect Trump brand has done this in the past. FEC, if it's dual purpose, then it can be personal.
Yeah.
Pisco, your point about him denying sleeping with Stormy and thus might disbelieve him about the payment exactly why it was an error to let him bring her to the stand.
Well, no, I mean, because her chronology relates to the factual circumstances of the payment. If you believe that actually happened, the sex
you didn't have to
happened.
say anything about the whole sex thing at all. It really didn't.
You don't think whether or not it was true doesn't matter to whether or not Trump would have an incentive to lie about the campaign, the nature of the story?
Why?
If it was completely bogus, wouldn't that be relevant to?
It sounded completely bogus, and it still ended up holding up. So clearly, you didn't need it.
Okay.
Stormy said in 2006, 08, 15, 16, she should not have sex with Trump.
Now she lied. She doesn't have a good.
She only tells the truth when it sounds completely unbelievable.
Picture sex with.
Picture Jack Nicholson posing in Wishes of Eastbrook. Yeah.
I don't know why.
I was talking about when I was saying Trump there swinging his sash.
Oh.
Catch and Kill is Bill Clinton's first campaign.
Funny.
It's funny. The upside down flag is used to symbol that you're in distress. Kneeling during the anthem is being disrespectful. What's the difference?
It's conclusory. Yeah.
It's not conclusory. It's based on what the military accepts. That's
the military accepts the upside down flag
for distress. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what if you were to do the upside down flag because of some frivolous reason? You think the military would accept it?
Oh, so at least that's in compliance with it.
So kneeling isn't in compliance, but upside down.
Literally in the code, U.S. Code 4 USC.
Don't they have a bunch of like flag things about how you're supposed to do the flag? Okay, maybe cite me the law. Maybe cite me the law and show me how kneeling isn't there. But
it's 4 USC Section 8.
Hey, I'm open to the
4 USC Section 8. U.S. Code 4 USC Section 8.
I'm going to read it right now while you continue. 4 USC.
No, the decent try to protect the totted. How does Texas enforcing board law hurt the other 49 states? Beats the hell out of me. The Constitution expressly authorizes Texas to repel invasion of its geographic jurisdiction.
What's that?
The Constitution expressly authorizes Texas to repel invasions if it's
come
geographic
on.
jurisdiction.
So this is what 4 USC Section 8 says. The flag should never be displayed with the Union down. Should never. That's the basic rule. The general rule is it should never.
But
as a signal of dire distress in instances of extreme danger to life or property. Come the fuck on. That standard is not met here. So for you to cite this law where the general rule is you should never put it down except in signals of dire distress and in instances of extreme danger to life or property, if you think that the conviction of Donald Trump fulfills that standard, you are out to lunch, you're QAnon.
I would say
or Mrs. Alito.
I think it's
a neighbor dispute with Ms. Alito.
The Constitution expressly authorizes Texas to repel. Oh, got that. If I remember the Constitution correctly, it states that the federal government fails to protect the states, then it fails to the state, false states to protect itself. That's not true.
It's not interpreted for regulation of immigration. It is for invasion. And if you're interpreting the migration of peoples to be invasion under these circumstances, you are totally lost. You read the James Madison writings where he describes that invasion has to do with an act of war. And to describe what's going on the southern border, you can say it's a crisis. I agree. You can say that it's against the law. I agree. It is not an act of war by another state.
By the way, I didn't get my checks here. I got squirrel pants. Why isn't it fruit of poison tree that your lawyer is the witness against you?
Because it's clearest answer of all time. There's no constitutional violation if there's a crime. First of all, the attorney-client privilege, it's every state makes their rules, as I understand it. So it's a state-based system of attorney-client privilege. That's the doctrine. And even if there were some privilege here, it would be covered almost certainly by the crime fraud exception. And anyway, that doesn't limit.
I think you gave me very broad. I think you gave me very broad interpretation to crime fraud exception, but
it's literally alleged as a crime. This entire thing as a conspiracy.
No, I understand that, but we're not even sure which crime it was even now. so how can you say it's a crime fraud exception?
Hurdles all the way down.
Trump paid Cohen 2 times his salary for 1 year plus bonus. Weisselberg wrote on paper Cohen took second mortgage before the election.
That's right.
Yeah, but then there was no evidence that Trump knew anything about that second mortgage. That's the
bullshit.
Problem. Where was it?
We know.
It wasn't in the trial. You suppose that's your homework assignment. That's your homework assignment. That Trump to find where he even claimed that Trump knew.
So we're meant.
That's your homework assignment.
We're meant to believe that Donald Trump, who is in, you think that he doesn't know anything about Stormy Daniels. He doesn't know anything about the whole situation. He's totally off.
No, what I'm saying is, you need to have some evidence that he knew that a loan was being taken out by Michael Cohen when Michael Cohen didn't say such a thing.
I don't pay things that I don't owe. I don't pay monies. Wait. We have to go to bed. It's too late. We have to go to bed.
No, I can't because I specifically told you, even if he said, yes, go pay her the money, and he does not know that Cohen does not have the money, it's still an error of law for him to be found guilty.
I know you have your other theories about the other business thing. It's an error of law. We're talking about the FEC. We're pretending
we're not talking FEC. Over here, we're talking about the HELOC.
No.
She's talking about the HELOC. Cohen took out a second mortgage.
She's talking about stop. She is talking about the falsification part, and she's talking about how you know it's a reimbursement. That relates to every single theory.
You're the reason I'm going to listen to the Paris Climate
Kimmy Joe, you hate me, but you shouldn't. You should love.
Please make a post and revoke Fisco's citizenship to be revoked. Let's see democracy in action.
Shut up, please go.
Proof is in the pudding. San Francisco appointed a PRC citizen to an election board. Why a non-citizen holding government position? There's no such thing as financial asylum.
Those are all like 3 separate statements that I don't see the connection between any of them.
Well, I don't think he's making a connection between them.
They just seem like separate things. I don't know what.
Well, he sees we're running through it.
Okay.
So I respect the fact, and he's also very.
That is what the Supreme Court is for.
That is what the Supreme Court is for. That's what he's. The problem is, you're right. When there's jurisdiction split, he's talking about what we were talking. I assume this is about when I was saying D.C. versus Texas and stuff. But you have to give it to some circuit first. It's not like every time the question comes up, it's going to go to the Supreme Court. So, so pretty much what the judge said: you hire a contractor, he goes out, buys materials to work with, and present you a bill for reimbursement. Can you mark it down as construction costs? You can get in trouble for it.
Yeah, but okay, it would be the case if the lawyer's lying to you and saying this is for my fees and it was actually for reimbursement you knew nothing about. I would agree, not guilty. But what's alleged is, and what I think was proven beyond a reasonable doubt, that Trump was aware that Cohen was paying this money to Stormy Daniels. He was going to pay it, and it was going to be reimbursed.
Yeah, if you believe Cohen. Safe from prosecution under real assignment would be beyond original borders, not safe in a Hilton. Yeah, apparently it is in a Hilton. Pisco eats corn the long way. We need a wall for this stream. Pisco eats bananas for length, not flavor. I told you, you're big. They love you. She doesn't accept 5,000 refugees a day or nah?
Yeah, they should accept all the refugees.
Yeah, sure. Don't you have a pride parade to go to?
First of all, there's nothing wrong. As a matter of fact,
You too?
I'm not gay, but I wouldn't have any problem going to the Pride Parade to show my support. And I think it's kind of weird that we're in a place where everyone's like, I think I saw Kyle Rittenhouse being like, Joe Biden is gay. I'm like, he's not gay, first of all. I think there was like a Twitter community notes that he's married to women. Now, in fairness, there are a lot of gay people who at one point were married to women. So I don't think that necessarily gets them off of the hook.
Yeah, it's
The allegation.
Gere, right?
What's that?
Richard Gere, right?
Oh my God, who's Richard Gere?
Never mind. Yeah, obviously never been responsible for a budget. I've spent millions on whatever I wanted as long as it wasn't over my budget. My boss didn't sign the checks.
But this is different. They're alleging it's different, and it was proven.
I can't honestly. I'm
go
so
to bed.
my brain is past functioning.
Hey, thank you so much for having me, audience.
You took my hour and 50-minute show and turned it into 4 hours and 10 minutes. So
I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to discuss it with your audience. I couldn't have a more pleasant interaction with most of your community members. And honestly, Joe, I think our dynamic, I think it works. And I love having our discussions be kind of above board and not be in the context of these contentious debates where we can become.
Oh yeah, no. If I have you on regularly, I'll have 100. I'll hit 100 like tomorrow.
Wait, you got money, didn't you? You got paid.
I did, and in the end, I got paid.
You got paid.
In the end, I got paid.
That's right.
But when I said 100, I didn't say 100,000. That's our show. I thank you all for joining me. I'll be back here, God willing, tomorrow evening. Till then, make sure that no matter what guys from his side of the aisle tell you, do not eat the bugs. Thank you so much for joining me, my friends. You guys are awesome. I haven't even looked in locals in like the last in locals or Rumble in the last God knows how long. I think they knew I wasn't looking. They're like, F you, we're not going to send you. I will do this quick. Neurodivergence Joe, that Ricardo warrant was BS. You can acknowledge that Nick needs help.
Oh my God, coping.
Just because he feels court will likely uphold it, will still likely shouldn't have been signed. The warrant for a wellness check makes 0 sense, in my opinion.
Dude, they had him on stream like with cocaine on his nose.
I gotta bounce you out now. All right.
Later, dude.
Good night, my friends. Godspeed. Thank you so much.